Okay, good morning and welcome everyone to the 5th Annual Security Challenges in Latin America Forum, which is co-hosted by Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies and the William J. Perry Center for Hemispheric Defense Studies. This year we're both integrating our learned experiences of doing this over Zoom and in person for the benefit of being able to reach out to a larger audience. This hybrid medium allows us to expand this to reaches beyond the physical limitations of this conference room and, of course, international borders. We have people participating, over 500 people participating over Zoom from various countries in Latin America. And so this is a great honor to bring everybody together. So the Latin Americanist community here in DC and SAIS is an extremely strong and close-knit society. Here at SAIS, we have a robust number of course offerings on Latin America-related courses, as well as numerous experiential learning opportunities, whether internships, fellowships, student trips, and countless speaker series opportunities such as the forum for today. So 5 years ago, we created this forum to create a space for this community of Latin Americanists to come together under the banner of two incredible institutions, Johns Hopkins SAIS and the Perry Center, to discuss and share ideas on issues involving the security and defense sphere in the region, a sphere that sometimes does not get the attention it needs. Therefore, we collectively set up to create an opportunity to bring together practitioners, scholars, alumni, and students, most importantly students, because those are our future leaders, into a day-long forum to share ideas and thoughts. And our concept is pretty simple. Every year, we try to tackle a different theme as it relates to the security and defense sphere in Latin America. Last year, for example, we tackled the intersection between gender and security in Latin America. The year prior, we tackled the issue of Latin America and its role in the global world order. So for this year, we've decided to focus on contemporary and evolving threats in the region. The security challenges in the region are, as everyone knows here, ever evolving. Whether it's the political landscape, which has seen some tectonic shifts politically in the past couple of years, to technology, which is constantly changing our everyday lives, or to the weather and climate, which has become more unpredictable than ever. These challenges are having a profound impact on the future of each of the countries in the region. Citizens, their governments, and institutions are having to adapt rapidly to this evolving landscape, often with little expertise in addressing these challenges. Therefore, we've created 4 panels to discuss some of these security challenges in the region, which we'll discuss all throughout the day. Our first panel, we've titled Civil-Military Relations in an Era of Political Polarization, which will take a look at this important relationship between civilian and military institutions and how it's been affected by sudden drastic political changes in different countries, whether it might be a recent coup attempt in Peru after an era of 6 or multiple changes of presidential administration, or even in Brazil, which just recently had their own congressional insurrection. For our second panel, we decided to take a look at the technology side of the security threat. And we've titled it, Is the Region Cybersecured? During this session, we'll look at an area that is often overlooked in Latin America, which is cybersecurity, despite it rapidly changing at a monthly pace, and it's very hard to keep up with. We want to take a look at it and understand, is the region dealing with these new threats in this new sphere appropriately or not? After that, we're going to take a lunch break from 11:30 to 1 p.m. And when we come back, we'll resume the forum with a conversation with the Honorable Anthony Phillips Spencer, who's the ambassador of Trinidad and Tobago to the United States and a permanent representative for the Organization of American States. He'll take an opportunity to bridge all of the 4 panels throughout the day and will share with us his thoughts on the overarching theme, both from a Latin American perspective, but also from a Caribbean perspective, which is another area that we don't always discuss when we talk about the security sphere in the region. After our keynote, we'll move on to our third panel, which is the militarization of internal security. During this panel, we'll explore how some countries have militarized their security apparatus, and whether it's Colombia, which is having the debate on whether or not the Colombian National Police should belong to the Ministry of Defense or not, or whether it's Mexico, where the use of military forces has expanded beyond the traditional role of what military typically handles. Then, for our fourth and final panel, we'll discuss climate change, vulnerabilities, and opportunities. During this panel, we'll take on the important task of discussing how the region has taken on climate change and how these environmental changes are both affecting the security as well as how is security and threats affecting climate change. On a personal level, I look forward to everyone's thoughts. And while I've been able to focus on security in Latin America for the better part of my career, I also realize I have some significant gaps in my knowledge. And forums like this give us an opportunity to be able to share ideas, share thoughts on ways to address new challenges that are always constantly evolving. Throughout the day, I highly encourage and look forward to everyone's questions, which will help us expand this critical conversation. So in advance, I thank everyone for deciding to come today to participate in a very, very enlightening day. So at this point, I'd like to introduce Dr. Paul Angelo, the director of the William Perry Center, to give some introductory remarks as well.
Thank you, Jim, and good morning to all. I'm Dr. Paul Angelo, the director of the William J. Perry Center for Hemispheric Defense Studies, and I would first like to welcome everyone who's joining us in this room and welcome all of our participants virtually, and thank you for joining us today for this 5th annual Forum on Security Challenges in Latin America. I'd like to extend a special welcome to our Perry Center alums and partners. The Perry Center has a vast network of over 9,000 alumni, graduates from our courses and our seminars, and of course, they are the heart and soul of the Perry Center community, or as we say in Spanish, La Familia Perry. I recently enjoyed alumni engagements in places like Costa Rica and Colombia, and in the coming weeks, we'll be engaging through our outreach and alumni team, our alumni communities in Mexico, Guatemala, Honduras, and Jamaica. The Perry Center, for those of you who don't know us, is located at the National Defense University, Fort McNair, Washington, D.C. On behalf of the Department of Defense, our center focuses on defense and security in this hemisphere, and we do so through education, outreach, and research and publications. We work across 5 programs: defense governance, human rights and the rule of law, cybersecurity, combating transnational threat networks, and climate change. And we also sponsor several major initiatives which include humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, women, peace and security, and talent integration and management for security and defense ministries. This month is Women's History Month, and yesterday was International Women's Day. And so I'd like to acknowledge all of the women who are joining us today who are working in peace and security, and especially to the women on my team and those of you who helped make this event possible. Thank you very much. And let's have a round of applause for all the women in the audience and on the call. I would also like to thank our physical hosts and our partners in this event, the Johns Hopkins University Paul H. Nitze School of Advanced International Studies, or SAIS, for the co-sponsorship of this forum and for hosting the event. And of course, to my dean, Scott Tollefson, Dr. Tollefson, thank you for taking the bull by the horns and working with Jim on the organization of this splendid event. The Perry Center and SAIS share much in common, including the fact that they take their names from their founders. The Perry Center was named after William J. Perry, a mathematician and engineer who served as Secretary of Defense. SAIS takes its full name from Paul H. Nitze, who worked at the highest levels in the Department of Defense and in the Department of State. These visionary leaders, though born 20 years apart, were committed to the shared values such as the importance of public service, public-private collaboration, interagency coordination, education, the practical application of theory to the problems of today, and international cooperation in search of a more just, prosperous, and peaceful world. It is in those shared values that join us today as we focus on defense and security challenges in our hemisphere. Those challenges are vast and complex and require frameworks and solutions that cut across disciplines and across borders. And those challenges require the active involvement of people at all levels of policy formulation and execution. I want to thank all of you who are participating as panelists and moderators today, and the community of alumni and associates that we've brought to flesh out the program for today's event. They all represent a broad range of backgrounds in the public and private arenas. So to all, muchas gracias, muito obrigado, many thanks. And now we'll turn it back over to Jim Marquardt for some organization of the first panel. Thank you.
Okay, so for those of you that are just logging in, just a quick administrative note. For those of you that are just joining on Zoom, just wanted to let everyone know that we are offering simultaneous interpretation. All you have to do is click on the global icon, the bottom right of the Zoom screen. Para todos los que están ahorita entrando por Zoom, también estamos ofreciendo interpretación simultánea en español. Nada más hay que apretar el icono del mundo en la parte derecha inferior de la pantalla para poder escucharlo en español. Okay, so welcome to our first panel of the day titled Civil-Military Relations in an Era of Political Polarization. Before we get started, I wanted to be able to first introduce our moderator, Dr. Sinisa Vukovic, who is a senior lecturer of conflict management and global policy, as well as the academic director of the Masters of Arts in Global Policy School of Advanced International Studies here at Johns Hopkins University. He'll be moderating the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Jim, for the kind introduction. Welcome to the first panel of today's series, as was just mentioned, with the title "Civil-Military Relations in an Era of Polarization." As you may see, I'm joined here with two distinguished panelists, pending a third one that is supposed to join us hopefully soon. But since we are running a bit short of time, I don't want to waste any more of your time, and I will take the opportunity to introduce our panelists. Next to me is Ms. Roberta Braga, the Counter-Disinformation Director at EQUIS Research, who previously has worked as the Deputy Director for Programs and Outreach at the Atlantic Council's Adrian Arsht Latin America Center. She also had positions as Strategic Communications Analyst at the U.S. Department of Homeland Security and at Promega Corporation, which is an international biotech firm headquartered at Madison, Wisconsin. She has been published in major media outlets by providing English and Portuguese language commentary on various political and economic issues in Latin America, including, and just to list a few, such as New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, the LA Times, Financial Times, Axios, Brazil's O Globo, and Folha de Sao Paulo, among others. Originally from Brazil, and a graduate from GW with a degree in global communications and a bachelor's degree in journalism and international studies from University of Wisconsin-Madison. She is a native Portuguese and English speaker and fluent in Spanish. Ms. Braga, thank you very much for being with us. Also on the panel is Arturo Sotomayor, the Associate Professor of International Affairs and Director of the Security Policy Studies Program at our competitor school and sister school, Elliott School of International Affairs. Apparently, there's a lot of GW at this table, and maybe something will change. One doesn't know. His areas of interest include civil-military relations in Latin America, UN peacekeeping, participation by South American countries, Latin American comparative foreign policy, and nuclear policy in Argentina, Brazil, and Mexico. His publications have appeared in a broad range of scholarly journals such as Security Studies, International Peacekeeping, Foreign Affairs, and many others, including edited volumes. His book, The Myth of Democratic Peacekeeping, Civil-Military Relations and the United Nations, published in 2014, was the winner of 2015 Luciano Tomasini Latin American International Relations Book Award. He is also the co-editor of 3 volumes, American Crossings, Border Politics in the Western Hemisphere from 2015, Mexico Security Failure, Collapse into Criminal Violence from 2012, and El Mundo desde Mexico from 2008. Before working at GW, he had positions at the University of Texas in San Antonio, Naval Postgraduate School in Monterey, California, Woodrow Wilson Center for International Scholars here in DC, Tulane University, and Centro de Investigación y Docencia Económicas in Mexico City. He has an MA, MPhil, and a PhD from Columbia University and a BA degree in International Relations from Technological Autonomous Institute of Mexico. As you may see, we are really honored to have such an illustrious panel to discuss the topic of the day, as Jim just mentioned, which is the civil-military relations in an era of polarization. And if we just look back into recent events that took place in Peru, Brazil, and many others, we see a trend, we see a pattern developing in front of our eyes. And I would like to pass the word now to our panelists to share some of their thoughts about what is happening in the hemisphere and how to handle it. So, Ms. Braga, would you like to start by sharing your perspective on what is happening when it comes to civil-military relations in the current era?
Thank you. That was a very flattering introduction, so I appreciate it. A huge thank you to SAIS and to the Perry Center, to Paul for the invitation. Very humbling to be up here with you all. People in this room have dedicated their careers to studying civil-military relations in the region. I have dedicated my career to the intersection of communication, governance, and technology, both in Latin America and with Latinos here in the United States. Today, I work for a public opinion research firm that focuses on counter-disinformation strategies affecting Latino communities in the US. And so that is the perspective I bring today. I realize it intersects closely with the second panel's perspectives, but hopefully I'll share some new information here in the room. The two factors that fall squarely within my field that I think are really impacting civil-military relations in the country, being from Brazil, this perspective is also affected by what happened recently. The first is, in my opinion, the digital and really rapidly evolving nature of media and information consumption across the Americas, but honestly, this is a trend that we see everywhere in the world. As a society, we spend an inordinate amount of time online, where not everything is coming from verifiable sources or legitimate sources, where the places we consume information are really replete with hyper-partisan narratives and uncontested communication, something that we monitor a lot at ECIS, where I am now, where we can self-select into groups that just reiterate our beliefs and our ideologies and reinforce one-sidedism, and where social media algorithms incentives really encourage us to elevate a minority that might be a little bit more extreme online and perhaps silence a majority that might be more moderate or more pragmatic. I think in a highly online world, the topic of polarization really exacerbates distrust. We definitely saw that in Brazil. It's something we've been following very closely. But online, I think nuance is also increasingly silenced. Everyone is very encouraged to offer simple solutions to really complex problems. And we're led to overestimate how much divisions exist between us, and also how much the opposite side supports things like political violence. A professor at Stanford University estimated that people overestimate the amount that people on the opposite side support political violence and political action, politically violent action, by 300 to 400%, which is insane to me. And so how does that tie into today's theme for me? In two ways. First, inside the military institutions, in Brazil especially, members of the military share those societal pressures that the rest of us face as well. They share information consumption habits. They're not immune to those pressures that kind of lead us to extremes online. I think in any country, Brazil included, of course, the military's role is to defend the nation, to defend the state, not political opinions, but members of the military vote. They have ideological tendencies. They care about the cost of living, the cost of gas prices. And so I think it's unrealistic to expect that military members won't have political identities and that they won't come across or engage with this information. And so where individuals get their information can really contribute to those divisions inside the military. And then second, the same pressures that impact perceptions, those same pressures, the societal pressures I mentioned earlier, I think also impact how civilians view the military and how the military views civilians. And online, I think stereotypes or some of those divisions or overestimations of intentions can kind of flourish. That was something we saw in Brazil. There can be more misunderstanding of roles and responsibilities within institutions. And I think that all exacerbates divides. And so my second point is one, and I'll save the solutions piece for our discussion. My second point is just one that I think we're seeing a tendency by more radical political leaders to harness that polarization, harness these channels and these sort of perceptions online to curry favor with their voters, sometimes at the expense of military institutions, or to weaponize the militaries in their countries to influence election outcomes. And I think that's a really dangerous trend. Even as the armed forces themselves, remain consistent, politics don't seem to be doing the same. And so the ways in which problematic leaders use the image of the military to persuade or influence voters seems to be evolving, and I think that's a big concern for me.
Thank you very much for those opening remarks, and I'm pretty sure that we will have a lot to discuss based on what you have just said. Dr. Sotomayor, your 5 cents on the situation at hand.
Well, thank you so much, and I too want to express my gratitude to the Perry Center and to Johns Hopkins for this kind invitation, and in particular, this invitation to be back in this building. I am reminded of the fact that I owe part of my academic success to mentors that I had many years ago, 2 of whom are associated to the SAIS, and that includes Riordan Roed, who hosted me many years ago in my first academic workshop when I was a postdoc at Tulane, and Riordan Roed and Elliot Cohen. I was a participant of his teacher's workshop. And so I owe a lot to SAIS, even though I'm not a graduate of SAIS. So thank you so much for this kind of invitation. And also, I'm very honored to be sharing this table with a former graduate of the Elliott School and with El Tocayo, who hasn't arrived, which is Arturo Sarucan, who was, by the way, my professor at ITAM many, many decades ago. Don't tell him that. As you know, I'm a scholar, and I probably have a scholarly mind overall. I've been accused by my students of teaching too much theory in my courses, and I will take that accusation as accurate. But what I want to do today is I want to talk a little bit about the state of the art in terms of civil military relations. So I will be talking a little bit about theory, but I do think it's important because on the one hand, there are debates that we have had academically that have not been able to cross to the policy environment. And on the other hand, I have to say that there are questions that academics and scholars like me have failed to address also in terms of civil military relations. So although I'm not doing a literature review, I do want to present a bit of the state of the art. So the first question I always get from my students is, why do we need to study theories of civil military relations? And I always tell them that the way they should see themselves as practitioners of civil military relations is you as an individual would never put yourself in the hands of a doctor who knows a lot about the practice of medicine but nothing about theory or biology or chemistry. And I always tell my students the same way. As a practitioner, you have to have some understanding of theories. Theories do 3 things. They allow us to infer causal relations. They allow us to explain puzzling phenomena, identify irregularities, general patterns. But there's also something to be said that there are lessons to be learned from academic debates that we can apply to the policy realm as bridging the gap. And there's a last thing that I want to say is that we really owe it to our students to provide them with a framework of analysis so that they can make accurate and informed decisions when they are in the practice. So let me just tell you what I think are kind of the major academic debates in civil military relations. And I'm not going to be comprehensive because I only have 10 minutes, but I'll try to summarize this into four main debates. The first debate is there really a resurgence of the military in Latin America? And I would say there's a debate among scholars. For scholars like David Berlin, who is, in my view, the dean of civil military relations in Latin America, really the military never left the political scene at all. And as a matter of fact, there is no resurgence of the military. However, what has changed is the academic attention that we have given to this topic. It's worth knowing that civil military relations used to have a prominent place in the social sciences. Prominent political scientists like Samuel Huntington, became such achieved that status largely because of their studies on civil military relations. The same applies to sociology with Janovitz and Finner and history. And I have to say the same applies to Latin American studies. Alfred Stepan, Alain Rouquet, were some of the very famous scholars that study civil military relations. And that role that civil military relations used to have in the social sciences is no longer there. Particularly shocked to find out that in many APSIA schools, including GW and definitely Johns Hopkins, civil military relations is no longer taught as a course in itself. I mean, it's being taught mostly in military institutions, and what has changed is really the academic attention that we have given to this topic. On the other hand, there's scholars like Ruth Yamin, Consuelo Cruz, and to some extent Christina Mani that have tried to tell us that in fact the military has morphed since the democratization process, and in which the military has come to kind of occupy other spaces and other realms and the policy milieu. The term that they have used is the military as an economic entrepreneur. And they point to the fact that the military is performing other roles that are outside of defense, but nevertheless affect economic realms and non-economic realms. And as such, the military has indeed adjusted. It's become a tremendously adaptable institution to changing times in Latin America. The second debate is about the role of civilians in civil military relations. And again, the focus of analysis here is mostly on civilian oversight. And I would say there are at least three types of debates with regards to the role of civilians in civil military relations. On the one hand, we have the work by Peter Fever, which has been applied to the Latin American sphere of influence, and is to study civil military relations as a principal agent, with a principal agent approach, in which the principal is usually a civilian, and it's about finding the mechanisms, both formal and informal, to keep the agents, in this case the military, on check. Right? And so there are various ways in which you can do it, through congressional oversight, through the Ministry of Defense, but also through informal relations. Like having two bosses, for instance, is a classic approach of civil military relations that is applied to a principal-agent approach. It has to be said that in opposition to this framework, the work by Berlin, by also Harold Trancunis, have pointed to the fact that it's very difficult to institute these mechanisms of oversight in Latin America for two main reasons. One is because there are attention deficits from civilians. Civilians don't pay as much attention to these issues as they do here in the United States. And the second reason is because the institutions that we have in place in Latin America are inherently weak to perform the type of civilian oversight that we often apply here in the United States. And as a result of that, what Harold Trancunis and David Berlin have told us is at best what we have is the political management of the military. Right? And so there's a bit of a debate. It's also worth knowing that there's another line of thinking that actually puts most of the responsibility on civilians themselves. And in this case, we're talking about the relation of duty, the extent to which civilians have failed, even when they could have implemented oversight mechanisms, have failed to put the military in check. And in this case, the main actor at play here is civilian politicians, but I have to say also civil society, members, citizens, and whatnot. I'm reminded of the fact that on polls and surveys, like the ones conducted by Latino Barometro, every time they conduct a survey on the prestige of institutions, the military and the army tends to be one of the most prestigious institutions vis-a-vis Congress, police forces, and politicians themselves. I always like to take those polls with a grain of salt because really they don't allow us to measure variations between rural locations and urban settings where the military presence varies. But nevertheless, these surveys indicate the extent to which members of civil society and citizens in general seem to be supportive of military actions, even in areas that are not necessarily within the defense domain. And time again, civil society has requested action from the military and therefore pressuring politicians to take moves that would normally we wouldn't approve under normal circumstances. The third debate is about roles and missions, military roles and missions. And here, the debate between the old school of professionalization, the work that was done by Alfred Steppen, but also by Samuel Huntington, that kind of led us to believe that the way to keep the military on check, right? Again, the focus has been mostly on civilian oversight, was by keeping the military away from internal roles like policing and internal security and into more external-oriented roles like warfare and whatnot. I have to say that these assumptions have not been properly tested in academic environments, and this is more an assumption than it is actually a theory in itself. The work by, again, David Pionberlin, but also Maya Joskowski and myself has demonstrated that civilian oversight can be weak even when the military performs external missions, such as peacekeeping or humanitarian action. On the other hand, the work by David Pionberlin has also demonstrated that not every single internal role performed by the military will necessarily lead to military oversight or to politicization of the armed forces. So I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done in testing assumptions about internal and external roles and missions. The work by Thomas Bruneau and Chris Mattei has also pointed to the fact that so much of our academic attention has been on civilian oversight, but we have paid far less attention to the issues of efficiency and effectiveness. And in fact, sometimes what matters the most is not necessarily the issue of oversight, but it's whether the military is performing its roles and missions with effectiveness and efficiency. And here is again where academics and scholars have not thought very thoroughly about how to measure effectiveness and efficiency in a systematic and rigorous way. The last debate is about the institutions and the role of institutions. You know, I came from Mexico to the United States, and I specifically chose to study at Columbia University because I wanted to work with two of the most prominent scholars in civil military relations, Dick Betts and Alfred Steppen. And one of the things that I learned from their classes, and they were teaching specific classes on civil military relations, was that there was a distinction between consolidated democracies like the United States and developing societies like the ones we have in Latin America. And for them, the key distinction was the degree of institutionalizations, that consolidated democracies had institutions at place that moderated and also kind of mediated civil military relations. And that these institutions, whether it's Congress or the Ministry of Defense, were weak or absent in the Latin American landscape. And so the key element of variation was the degree of institutionalization. And again, I accepted that assumption as a given. But I have to say that lately, I'm beginning to question that assumption. And I think the January 6 events that took place in the United States kind of questioned that assumption for me. Why is it that the United States, a country that had a consolidated democracy, strong institutions, faced an insurrection, which is something that we have widely studied in Latin America? In fact, for the Latin American landscape, we have a concept. It's called the Fujimorazo. We actually have classified different types of insurrections. They're called self-coups, civilian coups. Some of them are presidential coups. Some of them are congressional coups. I mean, we have, again, concepts and categories for different types of insurrections. And so when I saw my fellow colleagues here in the American academia, especially American scholars of civil military relations, like Risa Brooks, for instance, having debates about whether the insurrection in the United States was a coup, I thought, boy, you really need to read Latin American civil military relations and become much more informed about the different types of insurrections. Because for us, those of us who study civil military relations in Latin America, there was never a question that an insurrection is a form of political violence and a form of coup. So I would say that from an academic point of view, there is a need to reconcile the literature that comes from American civil military relations and reconcile it with the literature that we have already in Latin American relations. There's the book by Barbara Walter, for instance, at UC San Diego, where when civil wars occur. There's another book also on when democracies fall. These are excellent books and excellent debates about what happens when we take democracy for granted. These are books that try to explain the Weimar phenomena. What is missing in both of these books is precisely the literature on civil military relations in Latin America and the lessons that we have learned from the Latin American scene. I will end my reflection by citing Bernard Brodie, who was the founding father of strategic studies here in the United States. And he's known for coining the term, war is too important to be left to the generals. I would add that peace is too important to be left to civilians as well. And there's a lot of debate that needs to be done on the civilian side, but I hope that we never neglect civil military relations again, that we bring back civil military relations discussions to our classrooms, to our courses, to our seminars, because we owe it to the next generation of students so that they can be aware of the dangers and the challenges that we face in the future. So with that, I look forward to your questions and to your debates. And again, thank you so much for the invitation to come and talk to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sotomayor. Thank you to both of our panelists. In fact, I would like to now open the floor for the questions from the audience. We have two students with microphones that are in the back who will come to you to give you the microphone to ask the questions. And we'll go one by one for now, and if we really start running out of time, we will collect a few. So, gentlemen in the back.
Hi, Alejandro Sanchez, I'm an analyst for different places in DC. Here's a question about what's your opinion about former military members taking over civilian roles? Roberta, you know that former President Bolsonaro is a former army captain. The former Vice President, Hamilton Murao, ex-general. In Peru, the former President Ollanta, he was an ex-lieutenant colonel. So how are civil-military relations affected when you have former military officials taking over key civilian roles, the Vice President, members of Congress, ministers of defense, that sort of thing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question was addressed to you, but
I think we should both.
Exactly.
I think that's a tough question. So the first thing I would say is, at least in the United States, and I think in some countries in Latin America, not all, the military is still one of the more trusted institutions. And so for me, military institutions are stronger than any one political agenda or any one politician. From where I sit, I mean, military institutions are long-lasting, respectful of their role in the hierarchies. And so, in principle, having military officials taking over civil, political, elected roles shouldn't cause the harms that we saw caused in Brazil. I think two things need to happen, though, when those situations occur. The first is the two shouldn't be extremism and the weaponization of military strength shouldn't be what we see when we see military members taking over political roles. And so I think that there's something to be said about how the executive and military institutions work together on shared goals and communicate to the public about shared goals. I also think that, especially in some countries in Latin America and Brazil included, governments have done a very poor job of reconciling difficult histories between civilians and the military. And so when military members come into political roles, I think there is a sort of reconciliation and trust building process that should take place with the population. I think what makes this conversation more nuanced and complex for our region, of course, is the fact that even though military institutions should or have been traditionally nonpartisan, non-political institutions in Latin America, that's simply not been the case. And we've seen that happening a lot throughout history, instances where militaries have kind of acted on political motivations, I guess, or even committed crimes against civilians. So I guess to boil it all down, I would say having military members in political office shouldn't equate to using the military's strength against like civilians, or even using that as a weapon to influence political outcomes. And there needs to be a separation, I think, between the polarization that we see and the legitimacy of the military institutions. That's something we haven't seen in Brazil, I think, unfortunately. But yeah.
Well, there is, again, an academic debate on this matter. So in the United States, for instance, there's a debate about, it used to be a good thing for individuals, of members of Congress, to have a previous military experience. The work by Peter Fever in particular identified that there's, beginning with the end of conscription and the institutionalization of an all-voluntary service here in the United States, we noticed that far less members of Congress in the United States have now military experience, which for Peter Fever, that is actually known as the gap. It could be problematic because it meant that members of Congress were not going to be able to make the right questions about military and defense policy when they should have, for instance. So on the one hand, I think that there's that academic debate. The work by Elliot Cohen, for instance, has also demonstrated that there is no correlation between having a military experience and then serving in government. Elliot Cohen, in particular, studied political and military leaders, and he demonstrated that sometimes military leaders who probably were not very successful as military leaders went on to pursue political careers and were far more successful as politicians than they were as military leaders. One of those is Lincoln. Elliot Cohen demonstrated that, in fact, Lincoln was not a great military leader, but boy, was he a successful politician and great statesman. So there is no correlation between one and the other. I think the problem, however, happens when there are two phenomena. These are two different phenomena. Polarization on the one hand, and Sartori has theorized about what is polarization, and is essentially separation of two political ideologies. It can be left and right, but it can also be religious polarization, for instance. And so the problem is what happens when we have polarization, and the second thing is what happens when we have politicization. This is what we used to call subjective civilian control. In other words, what happens when we use the military, we co-opt the military for political purposes, and then we use that to influence policy. And I think that's when problems like the ones you're describing occur. And in the case of Brazil in particular, but it's not only exclusive of Brazil, what we've seen are two similar phenomena that Giovanni Sartori warned us about. Polarization on the one hand, the separation between the left and the right, but also politicization as well. And these are two very difficult things that can contaminate and affect the delivery of policy. So I would make a separation between what happens when we have both polarization and politicization.
Thank you very much. We have a question here at the front, and then we'll continue with the other two.
Thank you very much. Alexander Kravitz, a former diplomat from El Salvador and a Perry alum. Thank you for both your presentations. Professor, I think you probably should do a YouTube video on how to do a magisterial lecture in under 12 minutes. because that tour d'horizon was quite complete, I should say. My question is how would you how would you explain the Bukele phenomenon within your constructs, within the different debates and whatnot? I mean, we had an army in El Salvador that was professionalized, throughout our civil conflict, that went through the peace accords and the whole process of professionalizing the army, of taking out the police functions, security functions, and it was branded as a success, which it was actually a success story. I think as a result of the peace accords, they were invited to participate in peacekeeping operations, and so things seemed to be progressing. It was almost a model, if you will. And yet, in a matter of no time, you have an army that has been, maybe I'm not using the right academic terms, but politicized, that is being weaponized. There is absolute lack of transparency, like in the peacekeeping operations, how are those funds used? There's lack of oversight. I mean, you talked about, the civilian failures. I think that applies. But so I'd be curious, how do you explain? I mean, we even have, I think you could coin the term of a Bukelazo, the coup, the legislative coup that he implemented through the legislative assembly. So how does it fit into the theory, if you will?
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. So the first thing I'd like to say is that not a single theory will explain everything in every single case. That's not the role of theory, as a matter of fact. But it does provide us with a framework of analysis to kind of explain what you were asking about. And so the theory really just gives us, identify the variables, the possible variables that can be at stake, but also identify the cases that we can explain. So with regards to the issue of El Salvador, I'm reminded of the fact that El Salvador is not unique, and that's where comparative analysis and comparative politics can help us see if there are other previous examples where we've seen this phenomena. I'm reminded of the fact, for instance, that Harold Trincunas published a book about civil-military relations in Venezuela. There was a time when Venezuela used to have a very consolidated democracy and also had a depoliticized military. And as you said, within a short period of time, that vanished in Venezuela. Venezuela was seen at some point in the 1970s and 80s as almost a prototype of democracy in South America. But within just 10 years, that vanished. And that's in spite of the fact that there were institutions, political parties specifically in Venezuela, that were able to check on civilian control. And the work by Harold Trincunas specifically reminds us that there are two types of phenomena to take a look at. One is in Venezuela, there were rivalries, very strong rivalries between the services themselves, the Navy and the Army. It's worth knowing that in Latin America, there continues to be intense rivalry between the Army and the Navy. And these rivalries were not controlled by the civilians in power. And so what happened is that these rivalries became highly politicized. And then when there was also a political crisis, the system kind of collapsed. So here you have a framework of analysis that can help you understand and explain what has happened in other places and other settings. You can take a look at the literature on rivalries, but also take a look at the literature on politicizations and fragmentation. The second case study is the Mexican case study. And this is an evolving case study, to be honest. For years and decades, we thought that, in fact, civilian control could be instituted by hegemonic party control, which is what happened in Mexico. The party, the PRI, allowed for the institutionalization of civilian control through subjective means. And in the case of Mexico, specifically in the case of Mexico, we began to see changes in civil military relations as soon as the hegemonic party collapsed. and nothing was put in place to allow for what we called informal mechanisms of civilian control. So we have two lines of literature here, service rivalries on the one hand, and hegemonic and party control on the other hand. Hegemonic and party control is what Samuel Huntington once referred as subjective civilian control. And what we still have in Latin America, for the most part, are systems of subjective civilian control. And what we're lacking are systems of objective civilian control, which includes Congress, but not only Congress, also other types of institutions and political institutions. So I'm not sure if those two frameworks of analysis can help explain the Salvadorian case. That's a case that we need to study more thoroughly for sure. And I wonder if maybe the Salvadorian case can point us to things that we're not looking from an academic perspective to refine our hypotheses and our concepts too.
As you have heard, my expertise is in conflict management. I'm a senior lecturer here in conflict management. I was the former associate director of the conflict management program here, and I do have few cents on it, specifically on El Salvador, but I'm not a moderator. I'm not a panelist, I'm a moderator, sorry. But just to fill the gap, and I think this is where security studies and conflict management need to speak to each other a little bit more, and specifically in El Salvador, because I'm taking students to El Salvador in next week to study the situation there. So this is a fresh reflection. It's about the legacies of war. It's about the thresholds of tolerance of violence from the past and the culture of violence that has been developed throughout the conflict. That even though you may have called something a success story when it comes to the transformation, it was ingrained within a society to be more lenient with the snap of the finger moment than it was in consolidated democracies, as Professor Sotomayor was talking about. So we need to rethink the way we look at success of these transformative policies, of these processes that lead to desecuritization of societies. And I think El Salvador is showing us the way to refine and nuance our understanding of these processes in the interim phase. Because although success was good when it comes to the establishment of the two parties system in the country, much has been left to be further discussed about the legacies of war and the violence that has been perpetuated by those very forces within the society, and how does that translate into contemporary attitudes. So just a few cents on El Salvador specifically. And I apologize for interjecting. We have a gentleman here in the blue sweater.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks for the discussion. I'm John Meyer. I'm a former Army Foreign Area Officer. And one question I've got, so most of the discussion so far has dealt with the relationship between civilian political leaders and the active duty military. And I'm curious as to what your thoughts are on the relationship of professional military organizations, especially with retirees, in the context of civil-military relations. Just like in the United States, we have groups like the American Legion, Veterans of Foreign Wars. My experience in Brazil, the active duty military, generally like the American military, stayed out of overt politics. But you did have groups like the Clube Militar, which were composed of retired military officers that were very much involved in politics. So just curious as to where you see that relationship.
I leave it to your good judgment. Who wants to start? Is there a specific person you would like to ask this, or this is up for, right?
I, again, am looking at this very much from the online world and the online environment. I think that retired military officials and institutions like the Club Militar have a huge role to play in conversations that are happening online. And I think that when people like Jair Bolsonaro come to power and kind of harness ideological divides, they can bring in those certain groups. This is a difficult question for me. Honestly, I don't know that I can answer it incredibly well. But what I would say is that in Brazil specifically, Jair Bolsonaro and his closest supporters, I think, really tapped into dissatisfaction among former military groups to sow divisions within communities. Some of that through, I think, like incendiary remarks or incendiary prompts, sometimes through outright disinformation. And what we saw a lot of, I would say, is also the presence of such groups in platforms like WhatsApp or Telegram, sort of closed off communities, where groups are really only talking to themselves. And so I think for me, the way I look at this is more from a bridge building, sort of depolarization standpoint. I think that many groups in Brazil, former military officials, didn't feel heard or didn't feel like they were having their needs met by former governments. And so when Bolsonaro came to power and tapped some of the dissatisfaction that was present, we saw some of that conversation shifting online. But that's the extent of what I could say, I would think, about that.
So, academically, again, I'm the scholar, and I'm sorry for bringing all these theories and authors, but one is, I have to say that the civil military relations literature has changed in one aspect, is that one of the things that we've noticed in Latin America is we don't see as many military coups as we saw in the past. So that's a phenomenon that has been studied widely, but nevertheless, what we do see is other forms of military influence that are taking place even without military coup. That said, the literature on military coups, specifically the literature by Alan Ruque and also Alfred Stepan, did pay a lot of attention to the role of naval clubs and army clubs. Particularly in the case of Argentina, for instance, the naval club, but also in Chile, the naval club and the role of veterans played a huge role in staging some of these military coups, in the sense that the clubs were seen as places of socialization where veterans were able also to politicize the junior officers in many ways. And it was a place of socialization to socialize ideas for coups. That said, my own work in particular has also relied heavily on interviews from veterans who participated in peacekeeping operations, for instance. And what my interviews revealed is that there were many veterans who had a lot of military experience and operational experience and were let go during the democratization process. And that also led to an erosion of civil military relations, because there was a feeling, especially in places like Argentina, but to some extent even Brazil, that here we had a lot of knowledge and a lot of potential from officers who were cut off because of budgetary reasons, because there was a need to cut on the military itself. And this human resource, because that's what it was, a human resource, was not being used by the state in good purpose. It's worth knowing that in the case of Argentina, many of these veterans, especially those who were able to participate in peacekeeping operations, eventually were able to come back into the system in a very productive way by teaching, for instance, at CAICOPAS, the Centers for Peacekeeping Operations, where they found in teaching and in courses a place where they could finally share some of their positive experiences overall. Again, going back to this literature on military coups, the problem is not usually the veterans. The problem has been usually junior officers, where usually problems of civil military relations occur. And veterans have also played a role in some cases, as in Peru, in moderating disgruntled military officers who then can go on and, stage a coup or even a failed coup.
I would actually add just one last thing to this. I think in the Brazilian case, ever since the end of the dictatorship, there's been a lot of demonization of the military institutions, or misleading perceptions about the military and the military's role in society. And so I think something that we also saw over the past 3 to 4 years was a tactic employed by people like Jair Bolsonaro to tap into a sense of nostalgia that military personnel felt for the respect and reverence that they perhaps received in past years. And so I think it's an unfortunate reality of conversations online that allow for people to stereotype entire institutions like that. But I think that that also helped explain some of the disgruntled, sort of disinformation-riddled conversations that we saw happening among some older military officials in Brazil. So.
One more question here.
Yeah, I was wondering, I'm Michael from DHS, just wondering if the panelists could talk to this kind of lower threshold of violence that may occur, that may be developing societies based on, internal violence or conflict, and then this, kind of our recent surveys that say that we overestimate our political opponents' willingness to use violence by, I think you said 300%, how those can kind of intersect and how that could potentially affect civil-military relationships. Thank you.
You made a comment about the lower threshold of violence. Are we assuming that today we have a lower threshold of violence than we have in the past?
I think in certain, I think in any society, not just Latin America, where you're influenced, whether it's criminal violence that we're seeing in Mexico, whether it's civil war conflict, what we see in El Salvador, there is that lower lower threshold of violence, and then you add that onto that perception developed online that your political opponents are more likely to use violence already, how those could potentially merge. You've got a military that may be protector of the state or the status, and how those kind of those intersections.
I think for me, the biggest danger lies in how things are framed online. Of course, I'm biased, but it's like, this is where I live. I actually think that, and especially when you talk to younger generations of online consumers of information, there's a demonization of what happens through technology and what happens online, but I do think that there's a lot of research that points to the magnification of assumptions about the other side. At ECIS, we did a poll last year where we tested 8 false narratives, 8 disinformation narratives to see whether people were believing, familiar, exposed to those things. And what we found was that the majority of people were familiar with the 8 disinformation narratives, but they couldn't say one way or the other whether those things were true and false. So it wasn't, the case that most people were believing things that they saw online. But what we found to be the case was that, unlike popular assumption, it wasn't low education or low information people that were seeing and believing this information. It was the more politically partisan, often college-educated, affluent people that were both encountering it more often and believing it more often, and that people were very readily believing false information about the opposing side. And so I think that that's a really pretty concerning trend. We're, by and large, I think, overestimating our enemies online and othering each other in ways that maybe we weren't able to do at such a large scale in the past. And that's definitely, I think, translating into real-world violence. And I think in the Brazilian context, I've talked to Brazilians who are both within WhatsApp groups, but also consuming information only in specific channels on YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And they are really readily saying things like, you don't know what's coming, prepare for a civil war, we want Alexandre de Moraes' head on a platter. It's like I think the behaviors of people generally in real life and what they're willing and able to say online shows that we're becoming, I think, more or have a propensity for violence online. I still think, though, that we overestimate how often that actually influences behavior by a lot. So.
Academically speaking, this is where we need a lot of work. One of the things that we have not been able to explain convincingly, at least from an academic perspective, is why Latin America continues to be one of the most violent places of the world in terms of region compared to other regions of the world. even when you compare it to Africa or the Middle East, regions that have similar levels of institutionalization, the degree of violence in Latin America is much, much higher by a lot, measured in terms of homicides. And I'm not sure we have convincing explanations about why that happens, particularly in the Latin American region. But by the way, there are also variations within the region. So I'm reminded of the fact that Uruguay is a far more peaceful country than Switzerland. But nevertheless, when you take it as a region, we see that Latin America is the most violent region of the world by a lot. I always like to tell my students they have to be extremely careful by how they conceptualize violence, because what happens in Latin America is you have many forms of violence. And one of them is, of course, violence that is generated by criminal organizations and transnational organized crime. And it does exist. Mexican cartels are tremendously violent. But it's worth knowing that we see other types of violence that are not always well recorded, right? So we have political violence. We also have state-generated violence. And in some societies and in very specific countries, we find that it's the state, the main perpetrator of violence against the citizens themselves. And in fact, there have been studies that have demonstrated, for instance, in the case of Mexico, the New York Times has done some research in which the Mexican army has also been pretty effective perpetrator of violence itself, and which is why we need to have also good reporting and good accountability to be able to understand what type of violence we're talking about. Increasingly, states in Latin America have been a little more obscure in reporting data on violence and homicides, which is why we rely so much on journalists to get us the data that we need to be able to analyze this phenomena that, again, hasn't been thoroughly explained.
As you know, we have a lot of viewers by virtual platforms, and we would like to also acknowledge their presence and their questions that they might have for the panelists. So I'll throw two questions at you, one each, but you can always answer each other's questions. So from Ms. Braga, what could happen when a civilian leader is seen by the population as an enemy of the military? And for Dr. Sotomayor, the question is on soft coups. If you can explain your view on the current hybrid regimes in the region, the social civil movements and the grassroots initiatives that keep democracy together. So, Ms. Braga, what do you think?
I have a clarifying question for the question. What happens when the civilian leader is seen as an enemy of the military by the military or by the larger public?
By the larger population.
I mean, honestly,
it's about perceptions, it's about narratives.
I think what happens in those situations is that the executive and the military have a responsibility to really align on a communication about shared priorities and the roles that they share. I think at the end of the day, the military institutions are there to defend the country, to support the state, and they live under, I don't want to say this incorrectly, but they live under the executive. And so I think that there is a public diplomacy role there in convincing and speaking to the public about the alignment between the president or the elected leader and the military. I don't see it being the case that militaries would speak out against presidents like that as an institution. You might have small factions within military institutions that might be disagreeing with positions the president has, but I think then it falls on the government to communicate with people about the alignment there and what the roles are.
I think that the question resonates fairly well with this current situation, for instance, in Colombia, where the new administration was seen slightly more detached from the military than the previous iterations of the government. So thank you for that answer. Dr. Sotomayor, on soft coups, what's your take on them and the current hybrid regimes in the region, the social civil movements, the grassroots initiatives that keep democracies in check?
Sure. I have the feeling that there's more than one question in that one. And
brace yourself.
as scholars, we always have to say, well, I think that's like the three questions there: self-coups, grassroots, civil society. So I'm not a student of coups, but we know the literature on what we call Fujimorazos or civilian coups. There's a vast literature on that. But I will tell you one thing we've known academically is that once a country has experienced an insurrection or a self-coup, the possibilities, at least statistically speaking, of having a similar experience happening again is much higher. I am reminded of the fact that the Fujimorazo happened in Peru not twice, but 3 times. And so there's several types of explanations. Of course, is the learning process, what you learn from the first attempt, especially if it failed. Well, maybe a second attempt can succeed, and that leads to repetition of self-coups, which is why, again, I recommend my fellow colleagues in American civil military relations to take a look at that literature on the issue of grassroots and what keeps democracies on hold. You know, when I was a student of political science many decades ago, there was a growing concept called democratic culture. We were asked to read Robert Putnam's Making Democracy Work. It was a classic reading and continues to be a classic reading. But in that book, Putnam invited us to reflect about the relevance of democratic culture in civil society. By the way, he said that democratic culture started by having associations like bird watching associations that would allow the collectivity to work together, and that could be turned into political action in itself. Democratic political culture in Latin America has been weak institutionally, but also societally, at the societal level. I am reminded of the fact that many of the coups that we experienced in the 70s and 80s were supported by members of civil society. In fact, Alfred Stepan in particular was able to know that without the support of key members of civil society, none of the coups would have taken place in Brazil or Argentina. And I have to say that today, we still have a lot of work to do to convince Latin Americans that, hey, democracy might not be the perfect form of regime or the ideal form to deliver policy, but it is probably the best compared to the other options, to use Churchill's famous quote. And so we have a lot of work to do in terms of democratic culture, and that role is the role of civil society, and is also the way we teach democracy in our institutions, including public schools, for instance. That it's not just about what you're getting from democracy, it's how you are participating and giving to your democracy as well.
We're now at the close, and I would like to now grant you the opportunity to reflect on the solutions that you kind of shied away from at the beginning. So, Ms. Braga, what are the solutions to the issues you have raised and the problems you have detected?
For me, there were 3. I think they've been peppered in responses to different questions. The first one, I think, is the alignment that I think better needs to happen between the executive and the military and how they engage the public on shared goals and shared priorities. Meeting people where they're consuming information, I think, with that communication being really important. Governments, I think, I mentioned this a little bit ago, but I think governments need to do more to reconcile difficult histories with the military. Brazil has really done almost nothing on that. We had a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, but nothing came out of it. And I think some of that distrust kind of bubbles up every few years. And then the third thing is I think that military institutions do have a responsibility to clamp down on extremism within the institution itself. And also embrace their role in contributing to a healthier information ecosystem. I am honestly not sure if trainings exist right now on things like, for example, inoculation against false and misleading information, or about the military's role in depolarization efforts, or even if incoming military members are having conversations around how best to separate career and ideology. And so I think that, perhaps that's something that we need to double down more on. There have been the small academic insight that I'll bring to this conversation. There are now, between 2018 and 2023, there have been a lot of studies done by academics on misinformation and belief. And there are quite a few studies now on inoculation tactics and techniques that can be used. But in many cases, academia is not talking to military institutions. It's not talking to a lot of different organizations. And so there's also, I think, a better alignment that we can have between academic researchers that are studying inoculation and how we can apply that in a realistic setting within military institutions.
Thank you. Dr. Sotomayor, almost the same question for you, but I would, because you've raised a point about the inability to study effectiveness and efficiency. What would be the preliminary assumption that, or a guiding principle that you would apply in order to establish a standard for studying such outcomes?
Well, many years ago, a group of scholars, Alfred Steppen was amongst them, co-edited a book called Bringing the State Back In, because we were forgetting about the study of the state. I want to say, let's bring back civil-military relations into our field. So the first thing I would say is, never think that civil-military relations is an outcome or a place. The fact that we don't have military coups doesn't mean that we don't have issues on civil-military relations. I'm always reminded of the fact that civil-military relations is a process, not an outcome, not a place where you suddenly arrive or a stage. It's a process. And anytime there's an interaction between a civilian and a military, that be civil society or Congress or politician, veterans or members of the armed forces, we have there a civil-military relation interaction that we need to look at and analyze. And that interaction, by design, is supposed to be problematic. Because civilians and the military have different worldviews, they come from different perspectives and whatnot. And so civil-military relations and tension in civil-military relations, including effectiveness and efficiency, will always be there. And so we cannot take it for granted. That doesn't mean it will lead to a military coup. It doesn't mean it will lead into political paralysis. But we do need to study and understand why it's going to be conflictive at times. And hopefully from there, we can start constructing new ways of understanding both effectiveness and efficiency. So my call is essentially to invite all of you, civilians, but very specifically civilians, and students of security and Latin American studies, to start studying civil-military relations seriously. Ask for those courses. Request your institutions to have them teach a class on civil-military relations, and when that class is offered, enroll in that class.
And on that PR note, I would like to thank the panelists. Please join me in a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Returning for our second half of the morning portion of the forum. Before we move on to our second panel, I'd like to introduce the Dean, James Steinberg of Johns Hopkins University School of Advanced International Studies, to give some introductory remarks on today's forum.
Well, thanks so much. It's great to be with you. It's great to be here to welcome you to the 5th Annual Security Challenges in Latin America Forum. It's just, for us, it's been a great privilege and pleasure to partner with William J. Perry Center now for 5 years in this wonderful endeavor. I have to say, for me, it's a particular pleasure to be at an event that's hosted by a center named after Secretary Perry, who I had the extraordinary privilege of working with for many years, who's really one of the truly great Americans, thinkers, leaders, public servants in this area. And it's I think, extraordinarily appropriate that we have a center named after him that focuses on these issues, because it's something that I know he has always cared very deeply about. And we all know that it's extraordinarily important to the United States. And I think it's very timely that we continue to have these events. Obviously, the world is very focused on other hemispheres and other parts of the world right now. But we all know how important it is to all of us to focus on the issues of this region and particularly to have this kind of exchange and collaboration among people here in the United States and throughout the hemisphere to discuss these issues. A partnership between people in the academy, people in government and in the think tanks to really spend time and to build a strong community of interest among people who are concerned and knowledgeable about these issues, to both nurture the understanding of what's going on, to help work together, to think about collaborative solutions to the challenges that we face. And in particular, and I say this as a dean here at the School of Advanced International Studies, to help develop the next generation of leaders and thinkers who are going to be dealing with these issues. And that's why I'm particularly pleased about the role that and the lively activities of our student club here, the Latin American Studies Club, which has over 30 students, which organizes a number of speakers, events, receptions, and distributes a weekly newsletter that just shows the strong level of interest that we have here at SAIS, and really bodes well for the future, and something that we are continuing to build on and strengthen as we continue to do our work here. I understand that we've got an extraordinarily large number of attendees, over 200 people registered to attend in person throughout the day through these remarkable panels that we're having, and many of you online. And that's really just a testament to how important this is, how much interest there are in these issues, and the need to continue to be involved. I think the spirit of this kind of collaboration in the hemisphere is really critically important to our future. And so I'm glad that we are here marking our 5th anniversary, and I'm especially looking forward to welcome you all for the 6th conference next year when we move into our new home at 555 Pennsylvania Avenue. I've already told Jim and others about the room that I'm confident we will hold this in, which is going to be a magnificent space looking over Pennsylvania Avenue with the Capitol in the background. And so it will be a great place to be able to host you all again. I thank you for taking the time. Thank to all the panelists and the organizers, especially the Latin American Studies Club here at SAIS, and all the people at the Perry Center who've put in this remarkable amount of effort to make this event possible. So thank you all very much.
So we're going to move on to our second panel of the day, which is focused on cybersecurity in the region. And today we have Celina Realuyo, who is a professor of practice at the Perry Center, who will be our moderator and will be leading the discussion on this panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone who joins us in person and online. It is wonderful to be back here at my alma mater. I am a graduate of not just SAIS Washington, but also the Bologna Center, where I did European Studies. So it's wonderful to be back in our home, but only for a few more months, because we're going to be moving to the new facility by the next academic year. So it's my pleasure and honor to be the moderator for this really timely panel on cybersecurity and critical infrastructure in the region. As you all know and have seen in the news, not a day goes by that there's a headline or breaking news about ransomware or disinformation campaigns. And sadly, we've seen with the digitalization of Latin America and the Caribbean at such a fast pace, we've seen, sadly, huge attacks, including the Conti Group's attack on Costa Rica, as well as Guacamaya, right, that actually disclosed terabytes worth of information about sensitive data and emails of the militaries of many countries, including Mexico and Chile. What's also quite timely is last week, the White House issued its new cybersecurity strategy that focuses on making our digital ecosystem more resilient, defensible, and values aligned. And it's going to try to achieve that through 5 pillars: defending critical infrastructure, disrupting and dismantling threat actors, whether they be state or non-state, shaping market forces to drive security and resilience, investing in a resilient future, including trying to recruit the best and the brightest in our cyber force, and forging international partnerships, which I think is very timely for our discussion today. We are honored to have 3 experts in the field join us with different perspectives, and I'm going to introduce them with their bios, and they'll speak in this order. First, my dear friend and colleague, Randy Pestana from FIU, where he serves as the Associate Director for Cybersecurity at the Jackson D. Gordon Institute for Public Policy at FIU. He's responsible for managing the Institute's cyber-related partnerships and international capacity building in Latin America, the Caribbean, and the Balkans. He teaches many courses on cybersecurity and is a trusted and valued ally and partner of the Perry Center. And joining us from the OAS is David Moreno. He is a cybersecurity officer there and part of the policy team that helps OAS member states develop national cybersecurity strategies and frameworks. He leads the Cybersecurity Innovation Councils, which is a partnership between OAS SICTE and the private sector. And I think we can't underscore enough how important the role of the private sector is in dealing with cybersecurity, which is a little different from other more traditional areas in the security and defense sectors. And thirdly, my dear colleague and friend, Dr. General Boris Saavedra, who is the Professor of National Security Affairs at the Perry Center, and he's the leader of our cybersecurity programs, where we teach courses, but more importantly, we also advise many of our partner institutions and partner countries through our vast network of alumni. And we've seen an increased demand in assistance in understanding the cyber threat and its complexity, and more importantly, trying to figure out solution sets that we can share across sectors, but even more importantly, across countries. So with that, they'll each have some opening remarks, and then we'll go to questions and answers. Randy, over to you.
Thank you so much, Selena, and thank you, obviously, to the Perry Center and SAIS, Jim and Paul, and the work that you all put together. I especially want to shout out the students and staffers. Those who've put together a forum like this know all the work in the back end that it takes to make it successful. So big kudos to the staffers and the students here. The panel's title is "The Region's Cybersecurity" is a very complex question, right? I would argue there is no region in the world that is secure, least of which certainly Latin America and the Caribbean. So when I think about how do I analyze the region's cyber resilience, I think about it in the context of a SWOT analysis, right? For those that are not familiar, SWOT refers to strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And as you start to dig into the region, you start to see a series of threats, certainly, but there are a lot of strengths and opportunities available. The first strength that I see is political will. And in many cases throughout the history of Latin America, cases of political will were questionable, right? But not in cybersecurity, right? Over 15 countries in the region have cybersecurity strategies. Many of them have begun to reorganize, utilizing assets that are provided to them by Europe or the United States, adopting frameworks like NIST framework, the National Institute for Standards and Technology, to help protect and organize themselves and to be able to effectively respond to a cyber attack. It's extremely important that you have the willingness of the leaders, regardless of left-right politics, that they're able to then understand that they have an issue, right? The first stage of grief is denial, right? They've gotten past that, and now they're doing something in the positive manner to effectively respond to it. You think Brazil, Colombia, Jamaica, Chile, Dominican Republic, and many other countries have really put their money where their mouth is in terms of investing in the digital infrastructure that's going to allow them to be able to effectively respond to the forthcoming threats. I think the idea of COVID really brought to light an interesting aspect of cybersecurity that we didn't really think about prior to it in the region. And there's large swaths of spaces with limited or no broadband access, right? Which in the cyber case is actually a good thing, right? Because now you do not have the threats that are often associated with it. And in many developing countries, right, limited financial opportunities, particularly key sectors like financial sectors or manufacturing sectors or energy sectors that would otherwise be targeted, are not likely to be targeted as compared to, let's say, the United States or even Mexico and Brazil, right? So you have that opportunity, but because of COVID, it kind of fast-paced things to force countries to digitize. And as you digitize, you increase the levels of risk associated with the countries, right? And as Willis Ware, famous computer scientist, once said back in the 50s, the moment you're connected to a network, you are inherently vulnerable to cyber threats. And that's what we're starting to see in the region as it continues to go. But a final strength is, again, the willingness to work together among countries with multilateral organizations, the OAS, and I won't steal thunder of my colleague over here, doing phenomenal work in coming together. Whether it be the GFCE Regional Forum that OAS supported in Dominican Republic, or the annual OAS Symposium, which will be with you all. I'm not going to say the country. We're working that later in October, right? So there's a number of fora where representatives from the country, CERTs and CSERTs from across the region have all come together to share best practices and work with one another to respond to the threats that is impacting the region as a whole and not just individual actors. So I see that as a big strength within the region. Now going to weaknesses. Digital infrastructure is overwhelmingly the biggest weakness, right? And for a number of reasons, not just cyber related. I think about an anecdote that the mayor of Belize City gave me many, many years ago at the mayor's conference. And they were talking about the biggest issue that they faced was the inability of citizens that were paying their taxes, right? You don't think about that, right? And what they did was they said, we can't get people to pay their taxes, at least not the whole amount. We can't track it. We can't monitor it. So what they did was they invested in their digital infrastructure, created transparency, and then associated paying your taxes with other standard services like renewing your car's registration or paying your light bill. And what you saw was an exponential growth in their ability to then collect that tax revenue, right? So many countries lack that digital infrastructure that, frankly, if built correctly, not only defends against cyber threats, but also allows for increased transparency and reduction of corruption. The biggest weakness that I found, and Orlando Garces from the OAS did this with Cisco, a recent report on the workforce gaps in Latin America and Caribbean. And the reality is the time that we have to be able to hire, train, and build up the talent to build the resiliences we need are not keeping up with the pace of cyber attacks. It's just not going to happen at a fast pace that we need. And frankly, this idea of culture, building cybersecurity culture, takes a long time to do so, right? So really what you're starting to see is the recognition of a problem with limited solutions on how to do it. Do you take the military, right, which is by most accounts the most professional, the most successful institution in the region, and give them a new duty, if you will, a new responsibility? But then it raises the question of whether militaries want that responsibility. Right? We've seen some of that trepidation in countering organized crime or gangs, right? Working domestic security operations is not traditionally a comfort level of Latin American militaries, right? So are they willing to accept this kind of role? In cases like Brazil, you've seen overwhelmingly the answer is yes, and successful strategy by the Brazilians and the Colombians and a few others to integrate the military into the responsibility of protecting digital infrastructure, right? But really what you're starting to see is the need for 3 layers of training. The first is obviously at the technical level. You need to be able to either reskill current personnel, security personnel, and train them into technical more fields, or upskill those that are in technical fields to more advanced senior leadership levels of technical competencies. You also have the need for managerial level and leadership levels to understand organizational structures and alignments of strategies, right? Just saying you have a assume breach strategy does not mean you actually have a strategy, right? Just saying you believe in zero trust without understanding what that actually means is not enough, right? So there is an immediate gap, and fortunately FIU has been working with OAS in many years on training leaders. I know the Perry Center does as well. Partners across the USG and education and training providers are doing this as well. And then the biggest one is awareness, right? Still, the biggest vulnerability for most companies and organizations is the individual user. How do you get people to stop clicking the link, right? How do you get people to stop clicking on digital advertisements that are likely malicious or going on website-defaced websites, right? So that's a huge weakness that we find in the region. Now, opportunities, and going to what Selena talked about, just a week ago it was released, right? The National Cybersecurity Strategy. And I really look at this 5th pillar, this forging international partnerships. So you have the strength of the region wants, and you have the political will. Now you have a mandate by the U.S. administration to spend dollars and share resources and share best practices across the world with our region. That is absolutely critical in our ability to be able to defend, at least in the interim, as we're building that culture that we know is going to take a long time, right? So funding, frameworks, technology, and in many countries, you're starting to see, like Costa Rica, which I know we'll talk about in a little bit, who got absolutely rocked last year by a cyber attack, trying to take the advantage of a hurt system to reorganize and restructure, akin to what we saw in Estonia following the 2007 attacks. Now, going to the final piece, which is the threats, I do want to say, and we'll talk a little bit about, espionage or political acts of cyber attack. It's still inherently about cyber crime, right? There was a 1930s bank robber named Slick Willie Sutton, and they asked him, they said, Willie, why do you rob banks? He says, well, that's where the money is, right? So it's no surprise to anyone why most cybercrime is occurring. And if you look at where the cybercrime is occurring, it's predominantly in Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, Chile, some of the highest GDPs in the region, some of the more sustained democracies in the region. There's a reason for that, right? Because that's where the money is. So I think we need to understand where the threats are going, because if you believe Fortinet's numbers, over 70% of the threats are financial based, right? With only about 13% focused on espionage, which then you think about who are the key actors, right? And obviously the Russian actors are very important here. That's what we saw in Costa Rica. And it's predominantly financial, right? Resources to help sustain their operations currently in the Ukraine. And also, just ability to bring down certain countries that might not seem similar to themselves. And then China, you're starting to see a little bit different because China invests so much dollars to the region, particularly in critical infrastructure projects. They're not going to target those countries because it's in their favor to do those countries do well. But what they are doing is during negotiations or prior to negotiations, starting to take in communications to understand where they can take advantage in those negotiations and get the upper hand in terms of what they can get back in exchange for those dollars. And then we'll talk about the internal groups, about targeting the military and government communications, these hacktivist groups that are just releasing troughs and troughs of information out to the public, in my opinion, to sow dismay in a way that we are unable to deal with at this time. So I'll pause there, and I look forward to the larger discussion.
Thanks so much, Randy. Now a view from a more multilateral approach from the OAS with David.
Thank you very much. Thank you, the Perry Center and SAIS for inviting us, for having me here. Randy, your question, how do we stop people by clicking? How do we stop people having passwords that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? That is, at some point, like this, there was the, how I would start any speaking event that I had, like any of you have a password that has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and yeah, there are many people who had that, and most of the people who laugh had one of those. So yeah, so to the general question, going back to the general question, is the region secure? Well, certainly not, but we're trying our best, and it doesn't depend on how developed countries are, because the more developed and the more digitalized you are, the more exposure you have. But there is two components, and one of them, Randy pointed out at it, that are important, at least to us. It is the political will and the capacity. So that's the two fronts where we work. I don't know if you are familiar with the Organization of American States. The Organization of American States is the world, the oldest regional organization in the world. It was founded in 1889 to maintain peace among member states and promote solidarity and independence. It works around 4 pillars, which are democracy, human rights, integral development, and multidimensional security. The cybersecurity program belongs to the Multidimensional Security Secretariat, and it sits under the committee against the Inter-American Committee Against Terrorism. And basically, what we do, it is capacity building to help OAS member states to strengthen their capabilities regarding cybersecurity. We do that around three pillars, or three. We have three scope of work. The first one is policy development. We help member states to develop national cybersecurity strategies and frameworks. And we also act as the secretariat for the working group of confidence building measures. We do capacity building itself, like we do trainings for professional people working in incident response teams, mainly through the CISR Americas network, which is a platform that are like a network where we have connected 20 CISRs, national CISRs of, 36 national CISRs from 20 different countries. We do capacity building to policymakers also through mainly two courses on cyber diplomacy and international, like the applicability of international law to cyberspace. And we also focus on youth and women. The third pillar of our work has to do with what we were speaking about before, like how you stop people from clicking the wrong link. Well, we do awareness raising, we do knowledge sharing, we do we public reports on different matters. Maybe the most important one is that the one that we have with the Inter-American Development Bank. It is called the State of Cybersecurity in Latin America and the Caribbean. It has two editions. It is an analysis of the state of cybersecurity in the region through the CMM model from Oxford, the capacity, the cybersecurity maturity model for nations that Oxford created, and we apply that to see how mature the region is regarding cybersecurity. We launched an edition back in 2016, and we did another one in 2020. Right now, we're preparing the third edition that allows us to compare the situation and how the region has evolved through these years. The report that Randy talked about before, about the workforce development, is also one of our publications. We did it under the umbrella of the Cybersecurity Innovation Council, that it's a private-public initiative to drive innovation, raise awareness, and share best practice regarding cybersecurity that we have with Cisco. So, I mean, we're a small team. We have many projects. I think I'm going to focus on three that I think are relevant to this audience. The first one is the CISR Americas network. It is a network of national, public, military, educational, not private, incident response teams that provides information about threats 24/7. As I said before, there's 36 certs from 20 countries in the region that provides technical assistance to the different certs. They do assessment on vulnerabilities. They do assessments of CISR maturity. They also have a component of cyber incident management tool, and they also provide training. But they also they not just provide training for professionals. They provide training or consultancy services to government officials too, and policymakers. Like we have developed enough experience to being able to respond technical assistance requests from governments on how to create a national CISR from the scratch. And that's what we're doing in many countries who are not that developed and they don't have a national CISR, in collaboration with other international organizations such as the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank. the countries now, or some countries, now have loans or they have other sources of financing to improve their cybersecurity capabilities. So we are there to help them to build on that because of our experience of more than 15 years working in the region. The second project I would like to talk about is the working group on confidence building measures. It is a group that speaks to and tries to promote norms among the region on confidence building. It was created back in 2017 through a resolution of the OAS General Assembly, which is the most important body of the Organization of American States. On June 2016, the General Assembly incorporated two norms, provide information on cyber policies and designate point of contacts at the political level. This means that if there is any international conflict in the cyberspace in the region, responsible people in the States know where to address in other countries. Later in April 2019, 4 new norms were incorporated, designated a point of contact at the ministries of foreign affairs, strengthen capacities through cyber diplomacy, promote cyber trainings for diplomats, and foster cooperation through the establishing of different working groups. We, the cybersecurity program, act as the general secretariat for the working group on CBMS, and we organize their meetings. We design the agenda. We keep in touch with them regularly to make sure that the work keeps progressing, and we maintain the portal where the member states can find the information about the POCs, information about policies, and information about training. And the most or the two main programs or training that we have for diplomats are one on cyber diplomacy and one of the applicability of international law to cyberspace. And finally, the third group of projects I would like to talk about today, it is a group of projects that have to do with workforce development. As Randy said, it is an important problem in the industry. There's a shortage of cybersecurity professionals in the world. There is many reasons for that. The digital transformation. Now the world is going virtual, so there's more room for cybersecurity to apply. The pandemic changed the world. Now there's more people teleworking, so the perimeter of cybersecurity has increased, and we have different programs to promote cybersecurity workforce development. Obviously, the one that the training of cybersecurity professionals through CSIRT Americas is one of them, but we go farther, and we realized at some point that we needed to work with youth. There is not enough people or students wanted to pursue a career in cybersecurity. And that's why we have a program called Start a Career Path in Cybersecurity, along with the City Foundation, that trains 40 students of 5 different countries, so 200 students every year on cybersecurity. It is not it is a 1-week course. It is aimed to students who they might not have deep knowledge of cybersecurity. They certainly have to have knowledge of IT. So it is just our objective is to open them a window to take a look at cybersecurity and say, oh, that's interesting. So let's. I'm gonna go deep in that. And we also have like one day in the course has to do with training them in soft skills, like how to make a CV, how to apply for a job. Like these type of things that like sometimes we take it for granted, but depending on the country, they are not that easy to have. And so that was a problem. Like there's not enough people wanted to study cybersecurity. Another problem is that there's not the workforce in cybersecurity. It is not diverse. Yesterday we had the International Day of Women, and we had like several tweets acknowledging this day and saying or talking about how there is a problem because there is no woman working in cybersecurity. There's no woman in general. There's not that many women in general working in STEM careers in comparison with men. But it is just at 24% of the workforce in cybersecurity are women. So back in 2018, we started this competition, the Cyber Woman Challenges. It's like a competition, capture the flag type of that promotes the role of women in cybersecurity. Right after in 2020, because of the pandemic, we realized that the women experienced more violence online. So we published a guide on that, and later on in 2021, we created a massive online open course to help women to operate in internet, to make sure that they know best practices and they are aware of the risks of being on internet. But that was not enough. So at some point last year, we launched a cybersecurity gender component, like a project that tries to make that like touches all our programs. So it speaks all our activities and projects. The objective of this gender project is to look and analyze the relation between gender and cybersecurity, promote gender and diversity component in cybersecurity policies and multilateral processes, contribute to identify the impact by gender, and promote participation of women in cybersecurity in the region. How do we do that? Well, we're going to do that through trainings, through guides with recommendation for governments, and with review to make sure that the gender perspective is applied to any cybersecurity policy that we review, and we review a lot of them. So I think my vision is that workforce development is going to be a main focus of attention of the cyber program in the years to come. The report that we mentioned before on workforce development that takes a look at it analyzes the cybersecurity labor market from the point of view of the supply and demand, and it looks at the providers of like schools and universities and certified companies, and also includes a recommendation and a call to action for governments. And also we are working on a pilot to identify problems that countries have to create jobs in cybersecurity. This is this is a process that it kind of replicates what we did with the gender project. We started with kind of isolated activities. We realized the importance, and then at some point we're going to have a big project on workforce development that hopefully will be launched later this year. I think these are the main three projects I wanted to highlight before you, and I'm going to stop here.
Thank you very much, David. Boris.
Thank you. Well, first of all, good morning. It is my pleasure to be here and just to talk to you about how we address cybersecurity at the Perry Center. We talk about cybersecurity, but we focus in policy and strategy development. In that regard, what I prepare is 3 points I want to develop in order to explain to you how we address cybersecurity, what is the major problem we see in Latin America and the Caribbean when we talk about cybersecurity, and how we help countries to be better prepared to address major issues and complex issues in cybersecurity. First of all, let me talk to global technological context. Then I want to talk about regional context, and finally, to talk about protecting critical infrastructure. Because if we don't know what is the global context in cyber and technology, it's very hard to talk about protecting critical infrastructure. And then we need to know exactly how it looks like the region when we talk about cyber and with this technology that is evolving every day. And finally, we can be able to understand better why the region, and I'm not very happy, even if I'm optimistic, I'm not very happy and optimistic when I talk about protecting critical infrastructure in Latin America and the Caribbean. Let me start explaining global technological context, where we are. And we are at the fourth industrial revolution. What that mean? That means that we are experiencing accelerated exponential technology that converge. And what those technology converge, what happened is we are living major disruption. We are living innovation that affect individuals, family, community, society, and nation. Nobody escaped. All of us, we are included. Then also, we are this experience. What are these technologies that converge? I will mention artificial intelligence with machine learning. This is everywhere. In medicine, in health, in economy, education, defense and security, everywhere those technologies are converging and impacting. 5G is technology. We are living in this connectivity with very low latency. That means it's very fast. Latency in 5G is seconds that have a tremendous impact in what is going on every day. And finally, the other technology is blockchain. When the people talk about blockchain, the people think about probably somebody, digital currency. It's more than that. Because this is one of the best technology to protect data and communication. And we are looking and seeing the combination when we're talking about the coming Web 3.0. What does that mean? What is the change that we are going to experience in probably a couple of years? Major changes, because this is the combination of artificial intelligence, 5Gs, virtual reality, augmented reality, and blockchain. Everything together. And when you put everything together in those technology, you are making major changes and innovation. The second aspect, this is a global level what we experience. And that happened in the last 18 months because pandemic plus these technologies have made major changes all over, obviously impacting Latin America and the Caribbean. The second aspect, let me talk about the regional, how I see the region in the context of these technologies. In the post-pandemic economic situation. But when we talk about cybersecurity, major complaint, well, we don't have money. It's not about money. It's more than money. And what's mentioned before here for my colleague is about political will. And we are experiencing a lot of political change in the region. The region is more pink or red or whatever you want to call. But I don't see, and we don't see, major political will in this new government coming to office. Even in countries that have made major changes are better prepared, but in this moment, 2023, this new government, they don't have cybersecurity as a major priority. And what is the excuse? The excuse is, well, we don't have money. No, you need more than money. You need political will. You need develop policies that address the problem in cybersecurity. Okay, cybersecurity is no priority. I mentioned this before. The lack of political will. However, two major concerns in Latin America. When you see Latin America from the perspective of cybersecurity, is two major areas of concern. The first one, social media, and the escalation effect. Because social media and this technology combined is making and changing the political culture in Latin America. It's impacting, particularly new generations of Latin Americans are very impacted what this technology is doing, even if they don't know, and most of them, they don't know how algorithms change the way they think and the way they act. And we saw this in the region back in 2019 to present, in Chile, in Mexico, in the way we saw it here in the United States in the last election process. Well, the other thing is protecting critical infrastructure. What is the other problem we see protecting critical infrastructure in Latin America and the Caribbean? The people don't know what is critical infrastructure. If you don't know something, it's very hard to protect. It's very hard. Obviously, you need to know how those critical infrastructure work. And they work with two major systems, SCADA system and CIS, industrial processes. You know, because all these major industrial or health system or economic process, they are in internet, but they are also managed by SCADA. And SCADA is a supervisory data acquisition system. And you need to know that. You need to know what means a net. And it's a basic concept that need to be known for somebody that want to make a policy and a strategy. Because otherwise, you will not succeed doing anything. And the last thing, when we talk about social media, is the rise of digital repression. This is what we see in the region. The rise of digital repression for social political control. Authoritarian governments and less democratic government use all those tools to control political society and control the new generation. And we have seen, not just, I can mention, in authoritarian governments in Venezuela or Cuba or Nicaragua, yes, but also in less democratic country, government use that. Who control the controllers in cyber? My answer, zero, nobody. Well, let me talk and go to the specific of this panel, protection of critical infrastructure. The first thing that you see the region is the lack of legal framework. It's just few countries. I can mention Chile, Brazil, Peru, Mexico. But we have a lot of countries with zero legislation for cybersecurity. And specific for protecting critical infrastructure, none. Lack of policy and strategy. You cannot have a good policy and a strategy if you don't have a foundation, a legal framework that support what you want to do. Because it's no government policy, it's nation policy that will help the society to address major issues in cybersecurity. Lack of policy to attend major threats is a major vulnerabilities. There is no rule of law in Latin America for cyberspace. Lack of cyber capabilities. When we talk about cyber capability, what are we talking about? It's quite different than capabilities in the open environment. In the physical environment, it's quite different. We need to know exactly how that works, and the people doing that need to be well educated, because it's about common sense in cyberspace. To answer the question of my colleague, what you need to do, educate people in order to provide people with education to have common sense in cybersecurity. That means when I click, I need to know first, before click, what could happen. What is the impact? In the same way we do in the physical space, that I'm going to cross the street, obviously I look at the left and the right, nobody come in, I pass. Well, and the same thing need to be done in cyber space, common sense. Because if we don't have common sense, we cannot have a cyberspace under the rule of law and democracy. There's major issues that need to be understood, because this is our role in Perry Center. Give the people tools to understanding what is the problem, how it need to be addressed, what I need to know in order to understand, because my human sense don't work in cyber. I cannot see, so far, okay? I cannot see, I cannot smell, I cannot touch. The only way I can know what happened in cyber if I'm educated. And then I can develop a common sense. Okay, most countries have no this legislation specific to protect critical infrastructure. I don't see one country. I can see Chile. They have artificial intelligence law. Very good. That needed. But when we talk about critical infrastructure, who is responsible for? Who is going to take care? But remember, when we talk about critical infrastructure, we're talking about universe, because it's different animals. It's not the same thing talking about power energy that talking about health system or airport or a port. It's quite different. And whoever is talking, whoever is designing and implementing a strategy need to know exactly how that functions. If that functions under the software of SCADA. This is knowledge that need to be understood and well understood. Another area of vulnerability is a public-private partnership. Here in the United States, it's a major issue. What happened last year in the East Coast is part of that. Well, guess what? In Latin America, zero. What legislation? How you can bring the private sector to develop a policy and a strategy. Because private sector include 95% what happens in cyberspace. But they need to make a major contribution to that cyberspace, but they don't want it. Look at the financial sector. All major banks, they have good protection to their own business. But they need to understand that that protection is not enough to protect their own business and also protect clients and protect everyone. It's about how you reconcile the public good in government with profit in the private sector. It's a major problem that we are facing. Okay, resilience for protecting critical infrastructure. If we don't have what I mentioned before, you cannot be resilient. You cannot prepare and protect your critical infrastructure to react and continue working even under attack. Control of digital supply is a major issue. That involves global politics. Why? If you go to Latin America and look who control the supply chain in the region. I mean, digital supply chain. This is a major issue. China. China is the country that controls all of that. What happened in Costa Rica happened because they, for political reason, agreement, left China to came into the country and, hey, and they say, yes, but we are going to control the digital change of supply for 20 years. That means all software used, most software used in Costa Rica are under China technology or Russia technology or Iran technology. This is another major problem that we need to address and understand. The use of cyber diplomacy was mentioned here for my colleague from the OEAS. Nice, good, teaching the people. Most people don't know what means cyber diplomacy. And cyber diplomacy basically is using tool of diplomacy in the cyberspace. But what happened? Who is the major actor in cyberspace? Private sector. And private sector, because if you see diplomacy in the physical domain, it's done by the government. In cyber, it's different. You need to bring the private sector. How you need to bring them? And make collaboration to develop the real cyber diplomacy using all the resources. And finally, the lack of capability to protect the functioning of SCADA. How you develop capability for this supervisory control and acquisition of data. Because it's not protecting the physical domain. It's protecting that what happened in the information system and communication system. But that of the issues that need to be addressed, and the people doing policy and strategy need to be well educated to understand SCADA, understand ICS, Industrial Control System, and how they work together, because they are very vulnerable. And the last thing I want to mention, more than 70% of critical infrastructure in Latin America is controlled by this system, SCADA and ICS. And most people engaged in government or in the private sector, they don't know how that works. And that's the reason why those good initiatives to have some kind of policy or law are very difficult to achieve because the people is not educated, the people don't understand, and this is what we do at the Perry Center when we go to the countries and we address this kind of challenge of the country to be able to work with the OEAS in very cooperative way to address cyber in the region. Well, I will stop here because I hope you have a lot of questions, and I will be happy to answer any of those. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So as we've seen, we've taken a look at the opportunities and challenges, a lot about raising awareness, and then more importantly, as technology develops and accelerates, the velocity at which is actually posing challenges to not just the public sector, but the private sector. But we'll turn to the audience. I have a few online questions, but let's see. Here in the third row, here, yep. If you can identify yourself for our online viewers, that would be great.
Thank you. My name is Armando Armas. I'm from Venezuela, and I'm proudly an alumni from the Perry Center. So there are two questions for the panel. The first question is, I want to know if there is some sort of a regional ranking of cybersecurity resilience, and if not, would it be useful in terms of, for benchmarking purposes, and let's say compare policies across the region? Would that be useful? I don't know if there is any of them. And the other one is regarding the Clean Network initiative, which was initiated by the previous administration Undersecretary Keith J. Crash. He proposed this Clean Network initiative or Clean Network Act to precisely address what Professor Saavedra said, like let's say coming together of private initiative and governmental initiative to address the cybersecurity issues through the lens of democratic principles. So I wanted a comment on that. Thanks.
On cyber resilience, and the rankings, did you want to speak to that, David or
Yep.
Randy?
There's a couple of rankings out there. There's the ITU ranking. I think that's the most common used by internationally, and they're good. They're good and bad. They're good because that gives governments incentive to work in cybersecurity. Governments, especially if there is elections approaching, they love show results. So they say, "Oh, see where we were 4 years ago and where we are now." And I've seen governments being driven by rankings. We don't have a rank. We think what I personally think it is more important. It is the work. For example, that we have done through with the Inter-American Development Bank, developing this report on the state of cybersecurity. To me, it's more meaningful. It gives you because it based on the cybersecurity maturity model of nations from Oxford, as I explained before, and it takes a look at a more holistic look at the problem. It has 5 dimensions, and it measures the governments, the different nations on those 5 dimensions. And if you do that periodically, you can see how the nations or the region is evolving, which to me it is more important. It is very important where you are, but it's more important where you're doing and where you're heading to. So yeah, regarding the ranking, that would be my.
I was going to refer to the OAS-IADB Trend Micro Report on cybersecurity capabilities.
There's a couple of questions online, particularly to Boris, but I think everyone's well positioned. How has the deficit of state capacity in cybersecurity made Latin American countries vulnerable to external state actors, namely the Chinese and Russians? And how can the U.S. help partner countries to mitigate or counter Russian and Chinese influence in the cyber domain? So let's start with Boris, and maybe you all have some comments on that as well.
Well, it's a very good question. What I see is, in the case of China, is more than 20 years working in that. They have major influence in the region. They have a constant policy to control everything related to cyber. Where they deal with governments for providing money in other areas, but they are always asking about controlling. And they have a very clear policy because we need to look at the Shanghai Accord and compare and contrast with the Budapest Accord. It's a two different philosophy. What means sovereignty in cyberspace in the West? That means all of us can enjoy cyber under the rule of law and democracy? Yes, fine. But when you look at the Shanghai Accord, what means sovereignty? It's government control. Control everything. Is anything related to rights? Is everything related to human rights or people's rights? Nothing. Zero. It's a major difference between the two. With that mentality, our countries in the region sign those kind of agreements. And now China have better control of the digital chain of supply. And that means they have a good control over everything in major areas like health, power plants, ports and airport. It's not just the Huawei company with the phone. It's more than that. Because when you look at what happened in 20 years, China doing this, they have a very control of what the country is doing, capable to do or not. And you cannot change this in the drop of the hat. It's going to be hard. But that happened because in the region, the moment they signed those kind of agreement, they didn't pay attention. That was done in that agreement. What they signed in that moment. And today is a major power that China is using, particularly not just in cyber, but using in all digital technology. When you talk about artificial intelligence in Latin America, who controls that? Who has the upper hand? China, not United States. I'm sorry, but this is the reality. 5G technology. I was last week in Bogota. When I was addressing the people over there in the World College, I looked to the left. Guess what? 5G. Technology is not waiting for you to be prepared as a country. Technology arrive and install over there and control. And I asked my question, what country in the region is prepared to understand what means 5Gs? Because 5Gs is three different levels, low, medium, and high. In each of the category is a lot of frequencies. And what happened is, no country in Latin America that have 5Gs installing in this moment, no country have any regulation to say this frequency is going to be reserved for the government, for security and defense issues. No. They come and they're using 5Gs based in, business. And there's where China have major power in Latin America in 5Gs, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and augmented reality. Because they don't have 5 years, 10 years, and more than 20 years doing this. And controlling. For that reason, the race of digital repression is led by Chinese technology used for autocratic countries, but also for less democratic countries in the region.
I saw a hand way in the back. There's a woman in the second row there, that's from the back. Yeah.
Thank you. My name is Lorena. I am an alumni of the Paris Center. We mentioned about education and, of course, regulations that we need in cybersecurity. But my question is related to the challenges that some countries in Latin America they need to handle, specifically because we don't know what is critical infrastructure, but also some countries are assigning military personnel to protect this critical infrastructure. So we don't know what them are, but we are sending military personnel to that protection, and also what it will require in terms of education for military personnel to start developing new skills in cybersecurity, considering that this is a topic that will involve a lot of education and private sector, also in the civil society. But the main changes for military personnel, it's not about only the equipment, but also about how we are going to change all the schools and the doctrine that we were handling in the past years.
Wonderful question.
Yeah.
Dejamos a
Go ahead.
Randy a
No,
contestar.
Go ahead.
I completely agree. Wonderful question. The only challenge I would put to part of that question was we don't know what critical infrastructure is. I think, well, certainly in the U.S., DHS does a pretty good job of designating the 16 critical infrastructure sectors. If you look across the region, I think Mexico designates 10, Brazil designates 5, Chile designates like 6. So I think we're categorizing what our critical infrastructure sectors are. With that said, to the greater point, you're absolutely right. You need to understand and consider, military doctrine in the context of what training we're providing, how are we providing them the necessary tools to do a job that, frankly, most of their constitutional duties outlined are not that, right? So I'm a big believer in strategy. I think Mark Twain says, if you don't know where you're going, any road will take you there. Same thing is the context of states, same thing is the context of militaries, right? You need to be able to designate what you're trying to do, what you're trying to protect, identifying what your critical infrastructure sectors and where the military is best served to protect it both physically and on the network, right? In terms of training, there is so much out there. There really is. It's not very well communicated, so that's a strategic communications problem that we in the U.S. certainly have. China does it better because every time they give a piece of equipment, they have 4 press releases and a news article and the ambassador tweeting 12 tweets, right? We don't necessarily do that. So I would challenge the U.S. to compete, right? Yes, China is very invested, but part of that is because we didn't have the resources to compete. We didn't provide the private sector support to compete. We have the training, not just on the policy side from like the Perry Center and the Army War College and OES and FIU, but on the technical side. I know Fortinet's doing massive amounts of training. Microsoft's doing massive amount of cloud-based training. So is AWS. It's there. But to your point that you said, doctrine, what do you want the military to learn? Once you find out what the military you want to learn, okay, do you want SOC analysts? If you want SOC analysts, that's a specialized cyber threat intelligence training. Do you want forensics for incident response? That's a different type of specialized training. Not everyone needs to know everything. And then there's methods right now in the military to determine, are you competent technologically? And if not, okay, we need cyber managers that can manage organizations and compliance and regulation. You don't need technical degrees or technical backgrounds to do that. So I always push to the NICE framework. So those who are familiar, National Initiative for Cyber Education. They have a workforce framework, 52 work roles, knowledge units, skills and abilities, KSAs, right? Take those, integrate it into your training platform, and understand what is needed for each of the different roles, and then you'll train them up fairly quickly.
I think we have time for one more question. I saw, yep, go ahead.
I like to address the issue because this is a very good question. And this is a major challenge in Latin America, the role of the military. You know what is the problem after 10, 15 years? That if you try to establish what is the role of the military in cyber with the mindset of the physical domain, you're missing. You need to think out of the box. You need to think, what are the capabilities of the military that could be used in cyber? That the question need to be addressed, because is the military using cyber to accomplish the regular mission, or is the role of the military in cyberspace? It's two different things. I think it's the second one. What should be the role of the military in cyberspace? Each of the countries need to address this. And then when you think about capability in cyber domain, when you mention the word domain, that means superiority. That means control, competence. Are the military in Latin America to exercise control? Superiority? No, they are not. The only thing the military is doing in other countries, not in Latin America, in advanced countries like United States, is supporting with intel communications. This is what doing. And this is what need to be addressed and need to be understood to establish what is the role. For that reason, looking in the last 10, 15 years in the region, the military, it's not clear. Brazil, Chile, they are not clear. Oh, what we can do in the protection of critical infrastructure as a military institution. Can we do something? There are some capabilities in the military that can be used, but not under the control of the military. If you want to use the military, okay, you are in charge of cyber defense. You're wrong. You're missing the train. You're totally wrong. And you will miss nothing. That the major challenge that today is still there in Latin America is establish what is going to be the real role of the military and prepare the military. But the military need to prepare first to protect themselves, to protect their own information system and communication system. It's not prepared. That happened in Mexico last year. 6 terabytes of information was stolen from the military, also in Guatemala.
So with that, time is always our enemy at these conferences. I want to thank Boris, David, and Randy for sharing their expertise with us in what will continue to be a challenge in cyberspace at the personal, professional, and national security levels. So join me in thanking them for the panel today.
So again, thanks for joining us in the afternoon session. We've had a really interesting morning session where we talked about the civil-military relations in an era of political polarization. We also talked about cybersecurity in the region. A little after this keynote, we're going to talk about the militarization of security forces in the region, and then we're going to end up with climate change and the vulnerabilities and opportunities in the region. But what we have today is we have a special guest that's come here to kind of bridge all of these, what we call contemporary and evolving security challenges in Latin America. And so today we have Ambassador Anthony Philip Spencer, who is the ambassador from Trinidad and Tobago to the U.S. and also a permanent member of the OAS. He's also a retired brigadier general, served as the vice chief of defense, or the defense staff. He's also served as a defense and military attaché previously here in Washington, D.C. And he has a wealth of knowledge, both in the region, but from different topics as well. And so he's graciously agreed to join us to talk about all these different angles of evolving and contemporary threats in Latin America. So without further ado, please share us your thoughts.
Good afternoon, everyone. Oh dear, here's another hard task, right after lunch. Good. Jim, thank you for your kind introduction, and it's always a pleasure to come back to sit in, as your letter said, to share thoughts. You know, we are all thinkers in this realm of, at the core, security, but more and more we are understanding that security is not just a single silo. certainly in contemporary life and in all that's evolving around us. So to be able to get an invitation from my two favorite organizations, so Johns Hopkins, as you know, is just, it took me all of less than a minute to walk from the embassy to here. So this is a great neighborhood for me to be so close to Johns Hopkins SAIS. So it's great to come here. And then, of course, for those of you who don't know, I'm probably the chief champion of the William J. Perry CHDS. I will continue to say that in this hemisphere, the CHDS is absolutely indispensable. And I'll talk about that in the context of one of the areas that I think we ought to pay attention to as we go forward to address the contemporary and evolving threats. In that sense, I must acknowledge the leadership, where's the director? Yeah, of the CHDS and the faculty. Yeah, there you are, way in the back wall. You almost caught me. Good. Good, and the faculty at CHDS and the leadership and faculty here, including you, of course, Jim. Please convey to your dean and the other faculty my best regards. There's a great friend of mine here sitting in the audience, I understand. When I leave here, he'll be up here sharing from his depth of knowledge and experience and expertise in security in the hemisphere. When I was our country's army commander, he visited Port of Spain then as the Minister of Defense. And I sat there as an army commander listening to him, as Ambassador Pinzon. And I said to myself, wow, this is a brilliant gentleman. At the time, of course, I was still in the military. He was in the civilian world. And I know one of the things we'll speak about is the civil-military relations dynamic that we're encountering now. So good to see you again, Ambassador Pinzon. And of course, we served for a while here together as colleague ambassadors. See colleagues from the HID, the IDB. I spent some time there. I'm still a big fan of the IDB. Again, for the importance of the IDB in the peace and security of the hemisphere. So, I was told I could speak for 30 minutes, but I agreed with Jim, I don't need to speak for all of 30 minutes, because I really want us to engage in some discussion. I hope my remarks will trigger your thinking a little bit, and that you might find some questions to pose that trigger my thinking. So I look forward to the discussion after. So I found that as I contemplated on the contemporary and evolving security threats in the hemisphere, the desire to see if there was any way we could come up with some type of logic for what was creating this pattern, well, there really isn't even a pattern, but this type of threat scenario for us. And the first thing I did was to try to go back to the foundations of the key characteristics of our security environment. The first, of course, is the multidimensionality issue, and I'm sure everybody here, if you haven't done so yet, you'll read Ivor Griffith on his framework for understanding the multidimensionality of our security reality in the hemisphere. The second, of course, is what, ever since the region was created, formed, is inescapable. That's a structural reality. It's a transnationality issue. Yes? And I know, again, I don't want to waste time going over things that I think we understand. Nothing stays in any one jurisdiction. Everything, every security threat almost seems to be searching for the border to cross. So security is not going to be one of those instruments that we can pursue on any single jurisdiction basis. Finally, I focus a lot on the characteristic of vulnerability. And I always like to distinguish a little bit between vulnerability and fragility. They're connected but not the same. So of course you could go and you'll find a fragility index, fragile states index, and I remember when I was at the CFC in Toronto, taking some time to compare the weak states index that the Brookings produced and the fragile states index and the index of fragile states, trying to make some distinction. Fragility speaks to a lot of the governance and institutional weaknesses that create security challenges. But vulnerability doesn't need those things to occur. In fact, I make the point that in the English-speaking Caribbean in particular, the small countries, where we're not fragile, we have stable democracies, you know. So from a governance standpoint and an institutional standpoint, we're not fragile, but we're very vulnerable. And more, we've come to understand that vulnerability is also not specific to small states. When you look now at the realities of climate change, and I'll speak a little bit about more about that, but everyone is vulnerable in the context of climate change. So together with those three kind of guiding principles to say, okay, stay within these lanes, I took some time to examine the extent to which global evolutions of geopolitics have in fact influenced the environment, the security environment in the hemisphere. And, you may have heard me say this before. Just like the industrial revolutions, yes, and we say we are the fourth now, we could see that there have been some geopolitical evolutions over time. So quickly, before Westphalia, essentially it was war and conquest. Yeah, you better be able to defend the territory you have, I will come fight war and conquer. Between Westphalia in 1648 and 1945, when the UN was established, it was essentially about war and peace. And of course, we know all the treaties, the films, everything describe that period. So that was the second evolution. What you might notice as I go forward is that the evolutions seem to be coming more rapidly. Between 45 and 1990, at the end of that Cold War, I want to say that Cold War then because I don't know if we'll have another one, the focus was on peace and security. And the only time the issue of security and development entered into the thinking, not just from a pure security or pure development perspective, was after 1990, when I make the point, and I know some people might not agree, it was as though there was another wave of decolonization in Eastern Europe. You know, often we speak about decolonization after the Second World War. But really and truly, there was a wave of decolonization of the former Soviet republics between 1990 in the early 90s. Security and development has brought us to the SDGs in 2015. And more has become more focused on issues of sustainability, climate change. We're clearly already beginning to have to look for the next geopolitical evolution. Yes? So geopolitics 1 was up to 1648. Geopolitics 2 was 1648 to 1945, more or less. And we could take some time and think and talk about it if you want. I've been down the rabbit holes for quite a while now. Geopolitics too seem to have been 1945 to 90, more or less, 90 to 2015, security and development. And now I sense that we're into the phase of sustainable security. Sustainable security. So that's where our hemisphere is. So we need to look at our hemisphere and its contemporary and evolving threats in that picture. I hope the environment is a little clear. Now, I was asked to consider how we tie together what's happening in 4 broad areas. The first is civil-military relations. My observation is that depending on the jurisdiction in our hemisphere, civil-military relations, let me be bold, will probably never occur, because there will always be an attempt to draw very hard lines between the military and civilian authority. But more and more, the value of the military, not only as a political institution, but as a social institution, as an institution that contributes to sustainable security, or at least security and development, that's now a requirement. I recall that there was a program, I'm not sure if it's still being run, called DERI, the Defense Institution Building Reform Initiative. In DERI, the US government, through the Department of Defense, was investing, in my view, in one of the most important instruments of building security and defense cooperation between the US and its partners, but also more importantly, within its partners in the hemisphere. They were building the capacity for civil-military relations. I don't have time to go through all of DERI here. I'd refer you to it. Please go and take some time. I think the CHDS might be a good place to stop by and learn some more about it. But the reality is that for as long as we understand and accept the value of the military, we have to become more competent at leveraging civil-military relations. In the hemisphere, many jurisdictions don't do that so well, and I think that's not helping to our capacity to address some of the contemporary and evolving threats. On the issue of climate change, I recall there was a time when, even with the OAS, there were some jurisdictions where you couldn't mention any attempt or make any attempt at connecting climate change and security. I look around the room, I think one person here might recall that. But the reality is that I'm pleased to see now that the US Department of Defense has again taken a strong leadership role in helping, through its own research and development capacity, in educating military and government institutions across the hemisphere on the importance of developing, one, an understanding, and two, a capacity to manage the interface of climate change and security. In fact, I made sure to pick up a few of the flyers that I myself was privileged to be provided with. So in December of last year, in what I consider to be a type of groundbreaking approach by the Department of Defense, the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for the Western Hemisphere, reached out to ambassadors here in Washington, D.C. So we went over to the Pentagon and we had a sit-down session. We discussed issues related to climate change and security. And so the Department of Defense has developed a climate risk analysis. They've developed a climate adaptation plan. That's very important, because let me now begin to segue into my observations phase of my presentation. I'll come back to cybersecurity. Climate change threatens the survivability of many countries in this hemisphere. And survivability produces, I'm not a psychologist, but I've been on the ground and I've seen the effects. All of us who have seen the effects of people who are struggling just to survive, without an effective response capacity to offer them some outlook on their security. It's not helpful for pushing back on transnational criminal actors. It's not helpful in pushing back on gangs that seek to exploit wherever there's deprivation. And as I mentioned deprivation, I want to refer those of you who have not yet gone to it to the UNDP's Multidimensional Poverty Index. And there is one indicator there which addresses the issue of deprivation. And by way of a summary, Latin America and the Caribbean follows, make sure I'm reading the correct, yeah. Latin America and the Caribbean follows the Arab states and barely South Asia and Sub-Saharan Africa in terms of the percentage of deprivation in the hemisphere. So you go and do your own research, yes, UNDP Multidimensional Poverty Index. And so we need to, again, bringing them together, understand that in a region where there's a large enough level of deprivation, there's a high level of inequality. I don't want to take more time to pull out that note as well. I think you know that our region ranks quite highly in terms of regional inequality. Where climate change has effects that exacerbate deprivation and poverty with exploitative transnational criminal actors, it should be no surprise that we're encountering some of the contemporary and evolving threats that we have now. Let me spend a moment on Haiti. A long time ago, 1996, I was a captain, and in fact I was promoted to major in Haiti, working with the United Nations peacekeeping force at the time, UNME and then UNSME. And I had to go all over Haiti, driving all about. I was the senior military liaison officer to the Haitian National Police. So I had to write a report on the HNP every week, oh dear. It was, the Haitian National Police was an institution that was exceptionally weak then, and from all reports, in recent times, inconceivably, is even weaker. I don't think we've measured all of the climate change effects in Haiti, but there's another major dynamic that deprivation has created. And remember, I'm heading to sustainable security. And this is the issue of migration. And there's migration, both people leaving a country going to another country. But in Haiti, what's happening as well is that you have an internal migration flow. 66% of the population in Haiti is under the age of 25. Yeah. And if you want to pursue any attempt at improving your life in Haiti, you have to go to where the schools are in Port-au-Prince. But guess what? If you've been to Port-au-Prince, Port-au-Prince is already an unmanageable center of gravity for maintaining any type of security, for maintaining any type of public service delivery efficiency. and for all the social services. But young people still leave and head to that cauldron. So that's Haiti. And the question is, and now I go to my questions. Let me just pause as well on cybersecurity. A couple of the observations I've made is that the region has, like all other regions in the world, there's evidence of a trust deficit occurring alongside of threat evolutions. The region's inequality needs to be looked at more closely from the underlying sources of inequity. In fact, last week or week before at the OAS, we had a special meeting on the World Day of Social Justice. And in fact, the head of the industrial court from my own country, who is also an expert at the ILO, she made a statement. That's her honor, Deborah Thomas Felix. She's a judge, has served on the UN Administrative Tribunal for many years. In fact, she was the president of the UN Administrative Tribunal. And she made the point, she said, if inequality or overcoming inequality, and therefore equality is our objective, equity is the vehicle. So if equality is the destination, equity is the vehicle. Equity is justice. And make no mistake, security, and whether each of us as an individual feels secure, is the extent to which we feel that we live in a place where we will have a fair and just chance at anything. And so the region's inequality masks what I think needs to be interrogated and studied some more in terms of the region's inequity. COVID-19, of course, revealed some dimensions of that, the gender inequity and so on, the health inequities, all of those things. And so when we're trying to, you remember, we're looking for some logic, right? We're trying to begin to figure out why these things are occurring and why they're occurring with the sustained effects that they're producing. So that's the second. And third, I think the region's security is achievable only to the extent that sustainability is mainstreamed in our approaches to security. And that's where I go to sustainable security. Let me stick up in and talk a little bit about cybersecurity. In the geopolitical evolutions that I spoke about, sources of wealth have changed, yes? There was a time when in war and conquest, wealth was land and territory. And then it moved to a point, of course, there was colonization in the second phase as well. So people was also wealth. The days of slavery, yes? We've studied that, we know. So people, serfdom, slavery, all of those types of, where you use people to really generate wealth. And then more and more that transition, even in the second evolution, to money, yes, capital. My suggestion is that the fourth evolution of geopolitics, you know what's the new source of wealth and the new money? Data. Data, it will be, and probably already is, the new money. And cybersecurity is therefore about protecting and regulating the new source of wealth. For those who do not have wealth, they won't pay too much attention until they recognize that whatever has been established to secure data may not give to them equitable access, and that there may be inequitable privilege and unjust advantage in the use of and leverage of data. So, let me ask the questions and conclude. in the observations I've made, these are some questions. There's a high level of violence in the hemisphere. But have you noted what has made me ask this question? Are violence and vulnerability coinciding, if not correlated? So, we speak a lot of people in vulnerable situations. Gender-based violence is a case of people in a vulnerable situation who are experiencing violence. Okay. You have a high level of poverty where gangs like to operate in areas of poverty. Why? Because people are struggling for survivability, and so they literally could control those people. So if you've been to Haiti and you've been to Cité Soleil, you understand. You understand exactly what's happening there and any of the countries in the hemisphere. So that's the first question. The second question is, are apathy and anarchy now alternative extreme responses to insecurity? So those, I don't care, or I'll just do what I want. We're seeing those responses, huh? We are seeing those responses in the hemisphere. And my sense is that if that dynamic continues, then there will be further evolutions of the threat environment that we're seeing now. Another question is this. So when countries, either individually or collectively, have to launch security strategies to respond and proceed to implement or to try to implement those strategies, there's a deficiency of institutionalization. And this is where I go back to DERE. Yes? Until you institutionalize capacity, you cannot achieve sustainability in implementing security strategies. If we do a scan across the hemisphere, again, I know there are some countries where DERE was implemented. I know Colombia was one. Yes? And you could probably blame the former defense minister as well. I don't presume he'll mind accepting that blame. But there are many countries in the hemisphere where that institutional capacity has not been built to ensure that if you want to implement strategies, that you could do it effectively. So let me conclude with my final key point. There's an emphasis on strategy in security response. We're always ready to develop a security strategy. But I'll make the point that much more than policy, which is intended to be participatory and is best when it is coherent, most mainstream approaches to security in the region are framed around strategy, which at the end of the day is a power-infused, competition-driven approach to addressing situations. Okay? Strategy is good and necessary, but not sufficient to address the contemporary and emerging challenges in the region. We need both strategy and policy. So strategy is a concept I have sensed that has historically been indispensable to each of the four previous evolutions of geopolitics that I described. And even during the most recent evolution, as in the security and development phase, it has continued to be the emphasis and focus of responses to security challenges. My outlook. If we wish to improve how we do in responding to the contemporary and and emerging security challenges that we face. Policy will have to become the focus more than strategy, or else we'll be continually behind the ball as the threats evolve. What are the 3 things that I recommend we focus a lot on? 1, educate. So Johns Hopkins and CHDS, you have work to do. Yes? We need to do a lot of education of civil authorities. We want civil-military relations to be strengthened. We have to invest in the programs that you run at the CHDS. DERI, I don't know if anybody here has influence on that. We have to find a way to get DERI and programs like DERI to be spread more in the hemisphere. 2, so that's educate. 2, we have to integrate things some more. Our analysis of the environment has to be a little bit more multidimensional, suiting the realities of the environment in our region. So we have to bring things together that we didn't before. The Department of Defense is leading, I know, in integrating the climate change dynamic in how we address multidimensional security in the hemisphere. In fact, the Secretary of the Navy was in the Bahamas, at the University of the Bahamas. Was that last week? I know time is just going like a blur. I think it was last week. And he spoke. I'd recommend that you go listen to the statement. Very, very impactful, powerful statement there. And he was addressing at the time how climate change and security was being assessed and approaches developed to respond in 9 island states in the hemisphere. Finally, institutionalize. Did I say institutionalize? Yeah. Because, and I know, sometimes we feel it's okay to just go with the strategy because we feel it will work. You know us military guys, yeah? Ends, ways, and means, you find a way, do a nice design, and you're good to go. But because means must be the fuel for strategy, at a point it could become unsustainable. And if your strategy becomes unsustainable, you have really ceded your capacity to deliver security. Policy, which creates a more enabling and governing framework, is necessary for you to plug any strategy in. So I'm not saying don't do any strategy. You can't do strategy alone. You have to develop the institutionalized policy framework. When I came here as a defense and military attaché, I noted a couple strengths in the US national security environment. 1947 National Security Act. Yeah, everybody knows about that, right? Well, guess what? That's policy. The 1986 Goldwater-Nichols Act. That's policy. That's how you institutionalize things. That's not a strategy. That's a policy framework. And so, let me stop here. I'm sure we could all sit down and talk about these things over much time. We have to educate more, we have to integrate more, and we have to institutionalize some more, or else those evolving challenges will continue to beat us. Let me acknowledge, I see one of my professors sitting back there. Hi, Dr. Aurelio. Good to see you. She was one of my lecturers, professors at Harvard's Kennedy School. So good to see you again. Good. Thanks very much.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. We have a few minutes left, so I did want to kind of open up the opportunity to ask some questions. So I'll take, maybe 2 or 3 questions, and then we'll allow the Ambassador to maybe give a response. So we have 2 people with mics in the back, so if you just raise your hands. No questions from the audience? Yes, we have one.
Thank you, Ambassador. I wanted to ask, since, as you mentioned, security is such a multidimensional issue, one of those issues, of course, being migration, is Trinidad and Tobago interested in joining the LA Declaration or is there a reason that it's been reluctant so far to join? Thank you.
Right. Great question. Great question. Thank you. So I happen to be Trinidad and Tobago's national coordinator for the Summit of the Americas process. So I was very much intimately involved in that. Trinidad and Tobago supports the principles of the LA Declaration. The challenge for us at this time is that because the declaration referred to certain matters that, given our current legal system, we simply couldn't implement the things that we'd be attempting to sign on there to do. Our legislation has not yet adapted. In fact, I'll tell you, we were this close to joining, and then legal guys said, okay, perhaps we should hold on, because if we go and say that we commit to doing this, we really don't have the capacity, we don't have the legal capacity to do it yet. And what's more important, because you know of the current migration challenge that Trinidad and Tobago and neighboring countries of Venezuela that we're having with the migrant challenge, there are in fact matters that were already before the courts. That's the only reason that we didn't. In fact, I know I was in close communication during the summit itself, and we were very close to the line and just had to pause there for a while. But the principles we Trinidad and Tobago fully supports. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have another question from the audience? Yes, we have one.
Thank you for your remarks, Ambassador. Many of the challenges you faced, or you mentioned, are faced by the region as a whole. I was wondering if you could comment on the relative strengths and weaknesses of the inter-American system to be able to face these challenges together, specifically when it comes to climate change and migration, among some of the others that you referenced. Thank you.
Right. Go ahead. Yeah, that's a great question. In fact, last year, 2022, I chaired the Committee on Hemispheric Security at the OAS, and in the resolution adopted at the 52nd General Assembly, in the amongst the mandates, there are two that have asked us to review the Declaration on Security in the Americas, which was adopted 20 years ago in Mexico. But we also realized that if we were doing that, we should also review the foundations of the Declaration on Security in the Americas, which is the Bridgetown Declaration of Bridgetown, the multidimensional approach to security in the hemisphere. So in terms of the inter-American system's capacity to respond to and deal with the contemporary security challenges, including climate change, what I'd point out to you, and this is from my own, sometime in the middle of the morning, searching through the Declaration on Security in the Americas, is that there are just 2 or 3 points where any mention is made at all to climate, they don't even say climate change, climate-related issues in the Declaration on Security in the Americas. And so what I expect now is that in this review process, we'll be able to integrate, remember I spoke about that? We need to integrate climate change issues. We'll need to integrate migration-related issues, the evolution of trafficking, human trafficking. The Declaration on Security in the Americas did not capture all of the current dimensions that we're facing now of trafficking, and so that's some of the updating that would need to be done. Policy and institutionalizing. At some point, we might have to, I don't know when, but at some point we'll have to sit down as a hemisphere and contemplate what type of convention or other type of legal instrument we prepare to agree on to strengthen our institutional framework as an inter-American system for responding. I mean, there was a precipitating event that led to the Sick Day Convention. I don't know at which point we will get to a place where that becomes imperative. But great question. So two things are under review now. Both the extent to which the Inter-American system is in fact implementing the Declaration of Bridgetown, the multidimensional approach to security, and two, we're looking again at the Declaration on Security in the Americas to see where it should be updated to include issues like migration, as our colleague here just inquired about, trafficking in persons. At the fifth meeting of Ministers of Social Development, which was just held in Dominican Republic, I think it was in November, those ministers also identified the need from a social development perspective to pay closer attention to helping victims of human trafficking. So remember, there's a violence, victimization, vulnerability kind of chain of occurrence. And again, the integration. We have to continually be looking for where there is increased risk, increased vulnerability, the potential for security challenges to have at the end of the day greater, and hopefully we could stop it. We want to stop more harmful effects on people in vulnerable situations. We want to stop harmful effects on people who are already facing deprivation. If those things continue to happen, what will happen is that the sense of equity, whether I feel as though I live with a fear sense that I will be secure, that the system, the institution will work for me, we won't do well at it. And what we're beginning to see as signs of public trust deficits, those things will only increase. And well, I'll leave you to, like me, think about what the effects could be.
Well, thank you very much. I think we're out of time now, and no, it was very enlightening, and I learned a lot. So please, a round of applause for Ambassador.
So welcome to our third panel for the day, which is the militarization of internal security. And today what we have is a great set of panelists, but I'm going to introduce our moderator, Dr. Francisco Gonzalez, who's the Associate Professor of International Political Economy and Latin American Politics here at the School of Advanced International Studies, Johns Hopkins University.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch and are ready for the next sessions. It's a pleasure to be here to welcome here on stage Ambassador Juan Carlos Pinzón, ex-Minister of Defense of Colombia, twice Ambassador of Colombia to the United States, and currently a visiting professor at Princeton. Thank you, Ambassador, for being here. Vanda Felba Brown, who all of you or most of you also know, a senior fellow at the Brookings Institution with a lot of experience on issues regarding organized crime, gangs, and not just in our region, around the world. And it's also a pleasure to welcome Bill Godnick. Dr. Godnick, thank you for joining us. Professor of the practice at the co-host institution at the Perry Center. And so the rules are very simple. 10 minutes to start with to present your position, starting position, and we open up and hopefully get a good two-way conversation. So without further ado, Ambassador Pinzón, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Gracias. Bueno, muchas gracias, Francisco. Thank you so much for having me here. You know, it's always a great honor to be at this school. I do care for Johns Hopkins. I spend my strategic studies time here at SAIS, so I do care. And I have a lot of appreciation as well for the Perry Center, the whole, educational system from NDU, because, for a long time, for many years, I've been on different positions and capacities being part of all that. So it's really an honor to be here. The subject of the day is quite difficult for the hour we're in. Let's remind ourselves that we are lunchtime.
So you're not having lunch. At the same time, you have listened already like to other 10 people before. So you guys got to be a little bit tired. So part of my job is to tell you things, but to keep you wake up, right? So my colleagues can say a lot smarter things that I can. My point today is very simple. The panel is supposed to discuss on the militarization of security agencies as general terms. What I'm going to tell you is on my experience. I cannot speak to you on what the gold standard will tell or what the theorists will tell you about. I'm going to speak to you from standpoint of view of a guy that spent like 8 years in the world of defense during the most difficult times of violence, crime, terrorism in the history of our country, and in a way how we overcome that and what kinds of capacities allowed us to be successful when we were successful. So get me well. At a time, we really implemented planning processes that took us a lot of effort and a lot of years in order to make sure that institutions were able to coordinate. As most of our challenge, if not to say our great challenge, was an internal issue, as we know, we needed very strong connection with the national police, with the police. Now, by historic terms, in the case of Colombia, national police has been under the Ministry of Defense. And because of that, there has been a very much idea of militarization of that institution, and sometimes the criticism came out of not being social enough, not being community biased enough. That was the criticism. But on the other side, the fact that we had it there allowed us to make use of that capacity to strengthen some of their areas in order to be proficient at the time of confronting the kind of threats we were confronting. Who we were confronting? The largest ever terrorist organization in the history of the Western Hemisphere. I'm not saying you nothing different than that. The largest ever and the most well-funded, the FARC. Second, we were confronted the inheritors of very strong cartels, Medellin, Cali, Costa, etc. We were confronting criminal bands that somehow were the inheritors of the what is described as the paramilitary groups of the time, the AUC. So the kind of power that was required for our police to operate was implying the need of having certain capacities, certain tactics, certain gear, so they could be proficient at the time of doing this. So that's my experience. My experience is if you need to confront threats, you have to make sure that the state has the capacities, capabilities that allow those threats to be confronted. So that will be my first statement. My second statement. A thing that is worrying me more and more is the fact that organized crime is expanding its influence and presence all along Latin America. This is not anymore a Colombia issue. This is well positioned in countries like Mexico, Central American nations, and even countries to the south. More and more we see organized crime dedicated to drug trafficking, human trafficking, illegal mining, illegal use of maritime resources. What is problematic? From an example I can see on my own country, but I see it all across Latin America. The influence of organized crime has not stopped in crime itself or their territorial activities. Organized crime has penetrated governments. Almost every government of Latin America today has a relationship by history or by presence with criminals. Let's not forget about this. This is not a minor thing. And this is the kind of challenge that we are confronting today. So the question we need to make ourselves is first of all, the United States, in its need to focus on global power competition that is probably overexpanded and needing to be present in other areas of the world, is putting the right tools and understanding the kind of problem we're confronting? That would be a big ask to make. And I think this is part of the discussion. I might not bring you the answer today, but I will bring you is a clear problem. Organized crime is stronger than ever in the Western Hemisphere, and there are not movements or groups of people that are around in countries. They are on top of governments. Don't misunderstand me. Take me clear as I'm saying this. Governments of Latin America are having connections with criminality, and that's what makes all this more difficult. There's corruption relations. There's activities related to drug trafficking. They are trying even to validate the fact of drugs with a very reasonable theory of legalization that is easy to discuss. I think makes sense. I will not even oppose to that kind of discussion. But one thing is legalization of consumption and other issues, and the other is to legalize the capitals, the money, the funding that have been built out of crime, and the power that that money has to corrupt the region as a whole. My final line is when we think about global power competition, we have to see the region through the lenses of how the other competitors are seeing the region. And I think that's very important. To some of the competitors in this process, the fact of crime is something that can be acceptable or used for the purpose of somehow eroding democracy as we know it in the region, expanding the idea of authoritarian regimes, but not for the purpose of the good of those countries or for the direct relation between those competitors and those countries. Is because they're seeking to weaken in the Western Hemisphere the idea of democracy and stability. So this is not a minor thing that is going on. When we see those governments getting closer, offering opportunities, of course, with different tools other than political, let's face it, in terms of infrastructure, in terms of economic opportunities. When we see that happening, there is an intention of making those governments stronger, and we can mention just a name, just to mention one today, Nicaragua. Let's not forget what's going on there. Let's not forget the kind of violation of democracy as we know it. Let's not forget the connection of the Nicaraguan regime with the money of Colombian cartels, which, by the way, is very much connected even to different governments in the region these days. But in addition to that, the immediate move, one, for a while now to have a Russian base inside that territory. Second, to shift away from one relationship in Asia to moving to a very close one with China. What has happened to them? Well, to the people of Nicaragua, a very disastrous situation. A lot of human rights violations, but more recently, even exile to people or jail. That's the kind of offer, as my fellow Venezuelans have suffered. Well, that we've seen in Nicaragua. But that kind of movement, of approach, of logic, is moving all around Latin America, and some governments might be more prone to get into that than others. That's my argument today. We need to open our eyes and understand that the things that are going on in Latin America are very much related to organized crime, but in addition to that, that the global power competition that is going on is very much connected to that organized crime and has the purpose of even weakening democracy as we know it in the hemisphere. Those are are some points just to open a conversation and see where we get.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. 10 minutes. Spot on. Dr. Felder-Brown.
Well, thank you, Minister Pinzon. You started your talk by saying your endeavor to wake everyone up. I'm sure you very much accomplished that. In fact, I feel that now to stick to the topic of the panel, militarization of public security, I might put everyone to sleep, because this is a topic that we could have been talking 20 years ago about, and we were talking 20 years ago about, and in fact many of the people in the room were talking about that. I am looking, for example, at Dr. Joy Olson, one of the foremost defenders of human rights in Latin America, and someone who for 2 decades has been pointing out the significant pitfalls of militarization of public security. And many others. So why are we still talking about militarization of public security in Latin America? Because the region suffers from critical deficiency in police forces that by and large has not been able to overcome. Many reforms that took place, many of which were assisted by the United States, some which were not, have essentially failed to create 2 elements of policing in Latin America: sufficient incapacitation capacity, including for predatory crimes, not simply from transactional crimes, and deterrence capacity. So if you look at Latin America in comparison with East Asia, the violence and the type of criminality in Latin America is 1 or 2 orders of magnitude more violent. This is not simply true about something like drug trafficking, of which there is as much in East Asia in terms of production, trafficking, and consumption, but by and large is very nonviolent. In most of East Asia, violence rates, homicide rates are around 1 per 100,000, less than 1 per 100,000. In Latin America, we're talking in the upper tens, sometimes approaching 100 per 100,000. But it applies to other crimes. There is robbery in East Asia, but by and large, if you're mugged, even if you are robbed rarely at gunpoint, you will not be subject to significant violence. Robbery in Latin America can often mean you will not walk away alive. Why is that? There are many answers and different approaches, different explanations. In some ways, this is the Rosetta Stone of criminology. My answer to this question is the absence, the hollowing out, and in many cases, absence of both incapacitation and particularly deterrence capacity in Latin America among police forces. This despite the fact that there has been a lot of effort to create police reform. So the high violence rate, the high violence and the high criminal rate, and the lack of sufficient capacities in police, and I should also say investigative capacities are equally lacking across police forces in the region, mean that governments feel compelled, tempted, have to resort to the use of military. Now, over the 2 decades, and even prior to the past 2 decades, the justification or the logic surrounding the use of military was that when police capacities would strengthen, then the military would go out. Yet very rarely has that happened for 2 reasons. One is that across countries, there's been a significant problem in handover from the military to other law enforcement entities, police forces. So let me use one example, and this is the UPP program in Brazil that ran about a decade ago, is no longer in existence, essentially fell apart by about 2012 or 2013. But in its conceptualization, it was one of the most comprehensive, well-designed efforts to take over non-state, to take over spaces where the state presence was weak, the favelas in Rio de Janeiro, and bring in more robust state, legal livelihood opportunities, as well as regular policing. So the favelas, very much in the way that Haiti appears today, have often been controlled by criminal entities such as Comando Vermelho or PCC that had barricades. You could only enter the favela if they allowed you in, that had substantial weapons, although light weapons, and could keep the state out. So the way the program was designed was to send in not the military, but heavily militarized police known as BOPE that would then control the neighborhood. Often the gangs merely dispersed, went elsewhere, but nonetheless the idea was that for some months they would control the favela, they would apprehend certain amount of leaders of the gangs, and then the policing would be handed to community police, something the United States has been actively promoting with good reason across the region to be doing the day-to-day patrolling. And the community police was the Pacification Police, UPP. And despite this really good design that has not been replicated in places like Mexico, for example, where that handover was not even articulated, it didn't happen because the creation of the community police forces, their generation was far slower than the takeover of the favelas. And because a lot of the takeover, the military takeover, simply dispersed the gangs, and the moment the handover to the milder police force, the UPP, would take place, many of the gangs came back. On top of that, there are other reasons why the program just withered, but even that handover itself were a problem. If we go much farther north, Mexico, during the Calderon administration in particular, we have seen deployments of both federal Mexican police forces and the military to places like Ciudad Juarez or Tijuana, with essentially the same logic, and to places like Michoacan. They would pacify the city or the state and hand over to a police that had been very corrupt and very weak. Once again, the same problem. The government has really struggled in the handover, and the adequate police, effective police generation never took place. So violence went down essentially because one cartel won. There was emerged for a period of time something called what I would call narco peace. One cartel was dominant, but the state at the local level, state level, or national level was never able to insert effective police forces to prevent the narco peace from falling apart once the criminals decided they were unable or unwilling, uninterested in keeping the narco peace going. So the narco peace was always at the discretion of the criminals, never at the deterrence capacity of the state. And so what we are seeing now is really only few places where there has been at least some element of effective police reform in Latin America. Minister Pinzon spoke about Colombia. Another place that is often highlighted as a place of successful police reform is Chile, back in the 1980s and early 1990s. But Chile was solving a different problem than what most police forces in the region are confronting. The Chilean police force during the Pinochet regime was very brutal, used as a tool of oppression, but was cohesive, coherent, and not infiltrated by criminal groups. And so the reform was about making it democratic, making it accountable, less brutal, less violent, and upholding rule of law, being responsive to people, not purging it out of criminal group infiltration, and not trying to build basic cohesiveness and basic capacities. But now that the bipolar war between the Sinaloa cartel and Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación of Mexico is spanning the entire region, we are seeing market after market blowing up in violence, including places that were assumed to have good police, such as Chile, which is seeing a big spike in homicides from low levels, but a big spike, such as Costa Rica. Essentially, the police forces until then were lucky by the geography, by the lack of interest of criminal groups for several decades, and now they are confronting some of these very potent criminal groups and more diversified criminal groups. They are struggling. In the 2 minutes that I have in conclusion, I want to highlight two elements. One is the most distressing to me aspect of militarization of a public domain that's taking place in Mexico. And that's not simply the deployment of the military, or at this point, the National Guard, as the principal policing entity. It is the fact that President López Obrador has bestowed tremendous economic powers and economic opportunities and to the National Guard and to the military broadly. with their role in building infrastructure and not just building, but collecting income revenues in perpetuity from infrastructural project, from apartment project. That has a lot of the dangers entailed that we see in places like Indonesia, that we see in places like Pakistan. And my final comment connects with Minister Pinson's talk about great power competition. Then there is another problematic dimension of how policing is becoming warped in the region. And that's linked to the very expansive Chinese effort to sell policing advice and policing capacities in Latin America, particularly high-tech surveillance equipment and technologies, which the Chinese are promising will solve all the problems of crime that the United States has not been able to solve. By my count, there are only 3 countries in Latin America left that have not bought these technologies, and that, of course, provides enormous risks in terms of human rights, democracy, as well as back channels.
Thank you so much, Dr. Brown. Dr. Gold.
Is this working? Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you to both my co-panelists here. Given that they've spoken about the easy cases of Colombia and Mexico, they've saved me from having to do that. What I would like to do is I'm going to divide my contribution in 4 parts. I'm going to follow my friend, Dr. Sotomayor, make an academic point, then make a historical point, then share a couple of cases that aren't disconnected from what was just talked about here, and then conclude with some concerns and questions for the group. I guess the first thing is this term militarization has become a pejorative term. And I would think that we, in an academic environment, we should, what do we mean? And what we're really talking about is the deployment of military institutions and instruments and resources to public problems. And it's just the most robust form of what the academic from the University of Ottawa, Michael Williams, calls the securitization. What do we mean by securitization? We mean problems have become so urgent and acute that normal politics and regular public policy processes are not sufficient to solve the problem at hand. And so I think we need to look at that and analyze. Militarization is not a good or a bad thing. We militarize things all the time. The pandemic response, airport security at different points in time after September 11th, we militarized. We've militarized natural disaster response. The question is, for how much time, in time and space, how long, and what is the process from withdrawing those resources from the problem we've asked them to solve? And so that we need to look at that. The challenge is it appears in the policing space, there is much less exit strategy than there are in some of the other domains. In terms of history, people my age and older will remember that in the 1990s, after the end of the conflicts in Central America, there was something called the Framework Treaty on Democratic Security in Central America, which basically governments in Central America committed to, 1, civilian control of the armed forces, and then also from withdrawing the military from internal policing functions. At the same time, countries of the Southern Cone came to similar solutions via different history, via different means. But really, with the exception of the Southern Cone until recently, most countries, after signing those agreements and forging those consensus, quickly deployed their military to solve different problems, be it the gangs in Central America, be it the global war on terror, be it the war on drugs. The Southern Cone, because of history, because of democratic processes, came to a similar conclusion of maintaining separate. Now, one of the things that I've been researching recently has been the use of military forces in prison systems in Latin America. I just published a chapter in a book that looked at prison violence and riots where people were killed in 2020 and 2021. There were 67 cases of this in Latin America during those 2 years of the pandemic, of which 17 elicited response by military institutions. And the 2 cases that I highlight the most in the chapter, one is the case of Ecuador, where over a couple of year period, more than 400 people have been killed in prison violence between the gangs, to which the military was called in to support the police and also to provide perimeter security, and then additionally to enter the prison and take firearms that had been introduced into prison, but in supporting role of the policing institutions. Or the case of Honduras, where after many years of problems in the prison system with the gangs and corruption with prison guards, the military police for public order basically took control of security of 30 prisons in the country. And this policy was implemented for 6 or 7 years and was most recently, with the new administration of Xiomara Castro, that policy was reversed. Now, we can say that as a term of policy, that sounds like a sensible move. We don't want soldiers with long arms inside prisons. But at the same time, in terms of a strategy, if there isn't a strategy to address the underlying problems of why you brought the military in there in the first place, they're going to be calling the military in there again in short order. Because one of the challenges we see in the prison system is we have zones of contested governance within government property. And that's a big challenge. And these zones of contested governance include both the presence of firearms, criminal dynamics, huge human rights violations of people in the prison system, but also connections through the cyber domain that are being increasingly difficult to follow. And just two other cases I would mention before I ask some questions about the issue of the use of the military in internal security is, one, we have the, Dr. Felba Brown was just talking about Chile, which is a country for many years, and in our dialogue with Chile is saying, we do not need to use the armed forces for any of these things. And now we see they've been deployed to the northern border with Peru and Chile and Bolivia. They've been deployed to help resolve the problems of governance in the southern part of the country where the Mapuche community is predominant. We see the case of the Dominican Republic where they've had to militarize the border to respond, which is something that's been going off and on for many years, but due to the governance crisis in Haiti, and I don't see an end to that militarization in any short order. So I would like to conclude my comments with a few reflections about the use of the military. If we're going to continue doing this in one way, shape, or form, what do we need to think about? I think one thing is the false equivalency between soldiers and police officers. Men and women with arms under the laws of armed conflict are very different from men and women in arms under international human rights. And we need to understand that and reflect that, particularly in if you're going to use military people in dense urban spaces, in indoor spaces like prisons, are they trained in human rights? Are they equipped properly to be able to address violent confrontations in those spaces? Then also, if we're using military to fulfill policing roles, are we interested in just dominating these spaces physically, or are we interested in them being part of the chain of justice, which would mean, are we teaching military officers how to preserve crime scenes, chain of custody of evidence, treat witnesses and prisoners, and things of that nature? Because if we're deploying them to those spaces and we want justice to prevail, then we have to think about these types of things. And then finally, I think this comes out from both of my co-panelists, what about the whole agenda of police reform? I think for many years there was a strong agenda for reforming police, and I feel like the momentum and the impetus has been lost amidst, particularly accelerated by the fact of the pandemic and all that has had to take place. And what are we going to do about that agenda for police reform? I think there's very easy cases like Colombia that are being debated. I'm joking, of course, that whether the police belong under the military for the long term or no, and the question would be, of course, under what conditions, and what moment, and what time, and then also what isn't reflected in that, what do you do about rural policing, a whole nother issue that isn't necessarily reflected in the police reform agenda. I will stop there, and then I will let our moderator take over.
Thank you so much. Thank you to our panelists, an excellent post-lunch opener. And I doubt that you coordinated with one another, but the ambassador started by saying, beware, there's a crisis. This crisis did not start yesterday. It's been on the making for probably decades in some countries. The main issue is significant penetration by organized crime of the top echelons of many states. Dr. Philip Brown reminds us about the many ifs, the potential for abuse. When she mentioned Pakistan, I shuddered as a Mexican American, given the current circumstances. And Dr. Godnick, the military, in fact, has to be used, is used for a variety of collective endeavors, including vaccination campaigns, including the pandemic. How do we draw the line? So I've got already a question. Someone just gave me a question, but think about questions or comments. The first one is this. Can we combat terrorism and organized crime without violating human rights in certain situations? And the person who wrote this says, I'm thinking about the context of El Salvador. Can we combat terrorism and organized crime without violating human rights in certain situations? Who'd like to take that one? I don't.
I'm surrounded by microphones. Yes, and in fact, I would rephrase the questions. We have to combat terrorism, which I don't think applies to the situation of the gang, but certainly the government of El Salvador applies the term. And we have to combat organized crime without violating human rights. Obviously, there'll be circumstances when individual officials, individual officers will violate rule of law and human rights, but they need to be prosecuted, and these need to be investigated. And it should not be the policy. We, in the United States, have had a very painful experience with suspending human rights, allowing extraordinary rendition, allowing black site torture camps, and learned how much it doesn't work.
Yes. Dr. Gortnik, okay? Ambassador?
I'll subscribe to Wanda. It's kind of a very, very obvious thing. And from my own experience, I come from a time in which, for a while, there was a permanent UN monitoring, or has been, in Colombia about, I would describe it as different kinds of misbehaviors, and you can, categorize in different ways. On the years I was part of this effort, and where we plan in a very specific way, but at the same time provide capacities, intelligence as a very key capacity, and coordination with the justice system, because that's the other part. Impunity is the greatest invitation for all kinds of violations. And impunity can happen out of the organized crime structures or out of the state persons that are misbehaving and are not getting consequences. Justice system is extremely important for the purpose of stability in democracy and for the effective use of all different tools. State agents need to understand that they can perform as far as technology and the law allows, but at the same time should know that crossing the line should have consequence. But on the other side of the story, it's very hard to see the worst criminals of a nation getting all kinds of benefits. So what opens as a question for society is when you have a dictator, a terrorist leader, getting some kind of all benefits, the question is, what is going to think the next criminal or the next potential criminal? Is he hoping for the same? Are they hoping to get a good life because you can be president, because you can be whatever? I'm not speaking only on my country. I'm speaking regionally these days. Those are questions that are there. So when you put that kind of conversation, that is making the life of Latin American institutions more complicated these days.
Thank you, Ambassador. The role of impunity, critical. Question over here and then there. So first, on your left, Juan.
Hi, I'm Joy Olson. Thank you for the shout out. Wanda, one first comment, and then the second is a semi-related question. In terms of the comment, and in terms of Honduran prisons, it occurred to me about 2 years ago, maybe a little more, I spontaneously visited a couple of Honduran prisons, and police or military weren't inside the prison. I was literally transferred from all of the public security officials were outside of the prison, and when I went inside of the prison, I went with none of them. I was handed over to the detainee in charge. So just for contextual reality. My other question has to do with, well, when I think about problem solving, right, and the current crime and violence that are most common in Latin in the Latin America context, it's things related to organized crime, and so then the question is what are the tools that government has to confront crime and violence that originates in organized crime? And I was with some Mexican colleagues recently, and they said to me, why is it that every organized crime discussion with people from the US ends at the US-Mexican border? There is never any discussion about the cartels and what's going on with the criminal the Mexican cartels and what goes on with the criminal organizations in the U.S. with violence and/or the distribution of criminal product, illegal product. And I was thinking, we just don't ever have those conversations. And in the sense of constructing a conversation to solve the problem that we have, I keep thinking I want to figure out how you have more of those, more that connect here and there. And I'm thinking that one of the problems is that if we're having this discussion about the military side of things and organized crime, we see the organized crime part of it in the United States as within the criminal justice system. And so it's like, again, it's getting the institutions of state to work to solve a problem. I'd just like to hear your comments.
Thank you, Joy. Who would like to start? Dr. Felber-Brown.
Thank you for the observation. It's certainly a critique that one frequently hears in Mexico. I don't think that it's completely fair critique. Certainly, there is tremendous focus of U.S. law enforcement of Mexican criminal groups distribution network operating in the United States, and it's frankly the priority for U.S. law enforcement. And a significant amount of actions have been taken from very high level of prosecutions, highly visible prosecutions, El Chapo and others, to the day-to-day policing. The United States cooperated with the López Obrador government in changing the cooperation framework away from Merida that President Obrador wanted to withdraw to the bicentennial framework. And the bicentennial framework definition, at least by the Mexican government, is you United States catch the money on US side and stop the flow of weapons and money to Mexico, hand us the captured money, and we do what we want in Mexico, which often these days has been very little. That is not exactly the way I envisioned the cooperation would be effective. Nonetheless, there have been efforts with less facetiousness to focus on financial anti-money laundering efforts, financial intelligence, other form of interdiction. And we do a lot of interdiction on the US side. Operation Excelsior, I will date myself now, 8-10 years ago, however long it was, rounded up about 1,000 members of a Mexican group in one sweep. So I think that there's a lot more that takes place, and I would point out, though, because law enforcement in the United States, with all its challenges, deep racial issues, proclivity to violence, does have deterrence capacity. The very same Mexican criminal groups operate, by and large, with very little violence in the United States, whereas across the border, because of impunity, they act with tremendous violence.
Well, thank you. So, few other comments, trying to build on your very, very deep observation. On one side, I think that cooperation between the United States and different countries in the region is extremely important. It's important for quality of institutions. It's important for training. It's important for providing equipment, capacity, intelligence processes. but also is important for the justice system process. At the end, fighting crime is not, going after everybody out there. It's really trying to focus on the structures, on the networks, on, you want to describe it as cartels, bands, gangs, etc. But you want to be very laser focused on who you are going after. Second, I think that is critical in the conversation, and this links very much to the concept of human rights. The idea that when you make the point of making use of military capabilities for the purpose of internal security, you're only doing that because you want to protect people. And you want to create an environment of stability, an environment of security, an environment of protection of those communities. Now, let me remind you all, fighting this kind of organized crime is very difficult because they usually are not using a T-shirt saying, I am a criminal, please take me. They are embedded into communities, they are manipulating communities, and they are using all kinds of alternatives. The first one is by fear, just of presence, making communities and making people to do whatever they want. Second, the actual use of violence. But thirdly, when things are a little bit bigger than they are, they use money. And they corrupt the justice system. They corrupt the media. They can corrupt, as I explained at the beginning, politicians even to take precedence on top of governments in different countries in Latin America. Part of the agenda of some governments in Latin America these days of being shy or showing too many theories or, frankly speaking, being weak about confronting these criminals that are being terrorizing communities for years is because their connections and the links they have with these kind of activities. By the way, a natural debate that comes around this is the debate of legitimacy. How legitimate are some of these governments in terms of really executing the constitution of their countries and protecting their communities or doing the good or their duty for the good of the country? That's a big question that I believe is part of all this and is related. I have a final take on what you said. And I think when we speak about militarization, there are two approaches. One is if you train and execute police forces as military capabilities. That's one. But the other is using military capabilities for what in the US doctrine was known before as mutwa, so it's military activities other than war, which for us was like integrated activities, which was, doing healthcare where nobody else can do, or, transporting products where nobody else will do. It's kind of somehow misusing some capabilities, but it's kind of closing a gap between the capabilities of communities and the state, and using to close that gap the capacities of armed forces and its logistics. Many times, I remember when we did things like that, I got criticism even in Congress. And I went to Congress and they were saying, well, you are militarizing the social policy. You are militarizing the healthcare policy. And our point at the time, or on my defense, was what I'm doing is taking social policy because nobody else is there doing that. What I'm taking is doctors because nobody else is taking the doctors. What I'm doing is bringing the products of the farmers because the only guys that go to the farmlands are the coca cartels. So I'm trying to give them an option. So it was not the purpose of militarizing, but the purpose of trying to close the gap while the state or other agencies or other institutions become capable enough to do things. Final line. Please. More recently, I'm getting very worried about moving to the other corner. Let's agree, we don't want militarization of agencies that are necessary. to be militarized. We might need temporary responses, and it's kind of, I would say, the mainstream on this. But I'm very worried now when I've seen, and on this I'm going to refer specifically to my country, in some cities and even national government, to see people that have never had any kind of education, training, or previous background on issues related to security, just running the security for communities, for cities, or for the country. Because that's dramatic, and that even breaks apart the progress of years. It's not about ideology sometimes, it's not about political positions, it's about competence and training and basic understanding of the purpose of capacities and institutions.
Dr. Godney? You're okay. So we had two questions, one on this side. The gentleman, black glasses, and then we'll take a second one on this side. Juan, over there. Thank you.
Sure,
Can you
thanks.
just identify yourself.
Sure, thanks so much. Eamon Clean, Department of Defense. So this dovetails on the most recent question. To what extent should you mirror your solution or use of tools to the threat? So for example, if you define the problem as gangs or criminal or some sort of criminal threat, is it a law enforcement solution? I think that's sort of obvious, but I just wonder what your thoughts are. Or alternatively, if you define the problem as terrorism, as warlordism, does that require more of a military response? Or do you increase capabilities of the police to have more militarized capabilities on a temporary basis? I just wonder if you could draw out some principles or best practices. Thank you.
So let's, we'll take two. Juan? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Benji. I'm a second-year student here. My question is about on Bukele's Mano Duro policies. They are very popular in El Salvador, and increasingly they are becoming popular in Guatemala and Honduras. Given the United States' past support for even more oppressive regimes during the Cold War, their high incarceration rate here, the global war on terror, and police brutality in the United States, what alternative solutions can the United States offer Central American counterparts that keep in mind high popularity for Mano Duro and the perceived success?
Thank you, Benji. Who'd like to start defining or redefining threats? And President Bukele. Thank you.
To the question about whether the military is appropriate to the threat or not, I think has to be a question of an examination of the problem, but what are the capabilities that the military would bring? So if it requires vertical chain of command, the problem requires vertical chain of command. If it requires air, sea, land-based capabilities, if it requires geographical reach that no other institution can get to, if it requires an engineering battalion or things of that nature, then maybe. So the question is, what combination of capabilities would the armed forces bring that other institutions wouldn't bring? And just a quick issue on El Salvador, and this is completely a título personal, in my own opinion and perspective. I mean, as a professor of human rights, we are highly aware of the popularity of these types of solutions, and it could be easy to say as an academic, oh, we've seen this movie before, but I think if I were a member of an international organization that was engaged with El Salvador, and I took as a given that this policy was being implemented in good faith, I would say, okay, we see what you've done, we understand that people were willing to sacrifice a significant amount of freedom for a little bit of security. What can we do to help you improve the due process for the people that you've detained, and how can we help this justice system play out over time? That's a completely personal opinion, not anything that I say on behalf of any institution.
Let me continue with the El Salvador theme and the movie that we have in fact seen already. What President Bukele has been doing is supra Mano Duro on steroids, or perhaps on meth. And we have seen some of the consequences of even milder approaches. I mean, Professor Goodnick spoke very thoughtfully and eloquently about the problems of overcrowding prisons. And Dr. Olson spoke about being handed over to the detainee in charge of the prison. Well, think of a prison that purports to be supermax, but that will be housing 40,000 supposed MARA detainees. This is going to be an entity or a space run by the MARAs and has very high chance of being incubators. What President Bukele has succeeded in is significantly disrupting the communications between gang leaders that have been imprisoned and the street. That has contributed to some of the decline in violence. But again, we've seen that movie also about a decade ago when the disruption of communication eventually gave rise to middle-level commanders starting to take decisions, the Pandya and Mara middle-level commanders on the street. So I fear that the lull in violence, as much of a relief as it is, and the lull in extortion will come back with vengeance. Meanwhile, however, President Bukele is not just enormously popular in Central America, but receiving a great deal of adulation elsewhere on the continent, such as Ecuador. And one comment on the threat issue. You're absolutely right. Good identification, understanding, good label on the threat. Do we call the Maras terrorists or not? Is very useful in guiding the tool. The problem in Latin America, however, is that even if there is an understanding, analytical understanding, that the appropriate response is one of police, the issue is that so many of the police forces simply don't have investigative incapacitation and deterrence capacity. And so, as Minister Pinzon was saying, whether it's doing anti-crime socioeconomic programs or street patrolling, it falls to the military.
So I've got a couple of questions and more people who want to participate. Briefly, I'll just say that there's a sense, a common sense, a shared sense about the need to use more public support for policing, potentially including the armed forces. But the common theme is, how can we do this without abusing power, without ending up with the armed forces potentially losing credibility? It's the type of question they give you to discuss, and they give you 3 hours at top universities. Does anyone have a reflection on people are aware about the need, but the drawing of the line, which seems to be very, very difficult? Ambassador.
Well, the answering that is an adventure, so I will not fall in the adventure of trying to respond that exactly. But what I will is combine a little bit of the previous question and this one by saying, first, you need to be really realistic to understand the kind of threat you're confronting and the different connections that kind of threat usually has. As I explained before, these kind of threats of organized crime are not single, clean structures. They are structures that have different ties, different levels of influence. So that's why intelligence has become, and for us, at a time, became the most effective tool, because you really need to understand the system, the process, and everything else. Second, the coordination with the justice system. You're not throwing the police outside to see, go after the bad guys. And then we need support. Let's throw the military and we will go after the bad guys. No. This is a statehood process. This is a process in which once you evaluate the kind of threat you have to define what capabilities are required for that effective situation to work. And also, following a little bit of Vanda's comments, if I look to my own country and to our own failure today, my impression is that we coordinate many things very well in the system of security, but we never had the full set of coordination on the rest of the state, meaning education, healthcare, roads, and everything else. I'm going to tell you a story that is outdated now, but it was dramatic to me. I remember in the year 2004, Colombian military and police, the whole system, was able to take over a town that was considered to be the capital of the FARC, La Macarena. When I arrived as Deputy Minister of Defense in the year 2006, that was already a fact. You know, our military, our security forces were there already. So part of my role was how we strategize to bring in other things. Two things were missing, big things, many others, but two very big. One, a basic hospital, and second, light, energy. No power system was to the town. Okay, we work it. By the year 2012 now, me being minister, USAID with the DOD capacities and our military were able to build the hospital. The hospital was there. I was present and a solution. Energy, power. I have to confess that my colleagues start not to like me. A little bit, I became disliked by my colleagues of finance and mines and energy. Why? Because on every meeting I went, I was asking them to connect power to the town. Power was connected in the year 2015, in the month of June, 1 week before I left as Minister of Defense. So I'm telling you this, the Colombian state, and that includes me in the whole process of failure, we tried this from the year 2004 to the year 2015, and only then power was connected. So after putting our soldiers to defeat an irregular army the size of the FARC, after us putting our police to confront the cartels that were funding their capacity, the rest of the state, frankly speaking, still is not present to the level that is supposed. Now we have moved to the other way. Let's solve this in a different way. Let's give everything that we did to the criminals. So let the criminals now tell us how to do it. Those are the challenges that we have. And I'm using these in a very direct way to express that this is about coordination. This is about putting everything that is required in place. Military capacities, police capacities are there and have a purpose, but they cannot replace forever the things that others are meant to do for the good and purpose of progress of communities and society.
Thank you. Dr. Feltham.
Let me a little bit reflect on the question of how to set guardrails so fewer abuses take place. It seems to me that several elements are important. One is very strong independent judiciary that's neither politicized nor permeated by criminal groups. Of course, that's a challenge for the region, but that is also something where the United States can provide assistance. It's something where the United States did provide assistance, and often to good success, including in Colombia, whose judiciary was shredded in the late 1980s. So an important element. And the second is civilian oversight and civilian input. And by that, I don't mean simply civilian government officials, but expanded communications between civil society members. Civil society is under a lot of threat across much of the region, including in Mexico, academics, and the business community. It's not solution, silver bullet to everything, but it's an important mechanism to prevent some of the abuses and to inform how to design policy as well. And on the theme of civil society academic input, Professor Gonzalez, you've been way too humble in simply posing the questions. You have many answers to all of them yourself, so I would very much welcome hearing you as well.
Thank you. We're running out of time. I'll tell you a thing or two. There are a couple of people who've been, please, Juan, here and there, and I'm sure, and our colleague, yes.
Thank you very much. And in the interest of time, I'll try to be as short as possible. I'm Alexander Kravitz, a former Salvadoran diplomat, so I kind of feel compelled to, since El Salvador keeps coming up.
Okay.
Minister Pinzon talked about it's not just a matter of sending the military and the police, go out there, get the bad guys, and throw them in jail. In El Salvador, they are getting most of the bad guys, throwing them in jail. But when you have the director of prisons and you have the president of the country talking that they are never going to come out of that terrorist, the baptized terrorism, that new mega jail, when they have not been tried in a court of law, where they don't have a sentence, it goes to your point about the lack of an independent judicial system, which El Salvador doesn't have. So the one thing, I think, to the question of how to prevent the abuses, right. I think it's something that Minister Pinzon talked about, preventing impunity. And what I would add, if I may, to your, I think, very good answer, but that was missing is the part of accountability. Maybe some 3,000 detainees arrested have actually are considered to be innocent. Some of them have died, some of them have been tortured. There has to be accountability. Yeah. Sorry, it's more a comment than a question, but if somebody may want to comment, or in the interest of time, just...
No. Can you just pass the microphone? Thank you so much. And then we'll go to the back. And
yeah, my question, it's about, you were talking about capacity building, especially this for Minister Pinzon. You were talking about the capacities needed for security forces to get built and to address the threats. But if we acknowledge that organized crime has penetrated or infiltrated security forces all around the region, shouldn't we also address some features as, for example, the unbuilding of capacities, suppressing from the root some of the security forces or security agencies? And I wanted Minister Pinzon to address specifically, I think it was under his watch, or maybe not, but I'm sure he knows about it, like the case of the DAS. So what do you do with the DAS and the whole process? Thanks.
Thank you so much. And the last question at the back. Thank you so much, Juan.
Thank you. Ricardo Lechterman from the Embassy of Argentina. You mentioned, Doctor, the SouthernCon and our history and also movies, so I would like to recommend Argentina 1985 that deals with this very topic. It's nominated to the Oscar and deals with the history of the trial of the military junta, the biggest trial since Nuremberg, only against civil courts. But this is not only an advertisement. It is pertinent because when you say militarization, I would say it is not useful to dwell on whether it is good or bad, but we should agree on it is not neutral. Because it does not only bring military capabilities, as you've mentioned, but also a military mindset, a certain vision, a certain understanding of things, even a language to how to attack problems. In our particular case, I'm not saying it is universally valid, it meant a certain conceptual framework on what an enemy is, how to eliminate a threat that led to, ultimately in Argentina, our national consensus on strictly separating external defense for the military and internal security for the rest of the forces. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that comment. And the case of Argentina, I think, brings a couple of interesting reflections. The first being that I think up to this point, although the political campaign's starting to heat up in this regard, that Argentina has been one of the few countries that's been able to really maintain the firewall between defense, military, security, policing institutions. But at the same time, Argentina has a gendarmeria, it has a prefectura naval, it has these intermediate capabilities that are kind of a firewall against needing to deploy a military a full military response. In Chile, we had thought the Carabineros filled that role, and hopefully they still can, but unfortunately Argentina, maybe Uruguay are some of the last countries that have really maintained the theory on this, and hopefully you can continue to do so.
Let me speak a little bit about the unbuilding. So it's absolutely essential to purge law enforcement and justice institutions of infiltration by organized crime. And that must be done in a way that's not simply taking opportunity against one's political rivals, that spans administrations and doesn't simply punish the party that's out of office. However, how one goes about the unbuilding is important. So if we think about the case of Mexico and President López Obrador summarily just dismantling the federal police with all its problems of infiltration by the Sinaloa cartel and Beltran Leiva, nonetheless to dismantle all the investigative capacity at the federal level and tear apart units and subsume them into the National Guard has created the following problem. There is no police entity, no law enforcement entity that has investigative capacity in Mexico at the federal level. The National Guard is not allowed to investigate. It can only act against crime in flagrante. So what the National Guard does is simply stand on the street and hope that by standing on the street and looking cute, it will declare crime. The only entity that can investigate is the prosecutor's office, but has very limited capacity. So how the undoing is done is as important as doing the undoing. And finally, my last comment is that we have gone through an hour and a half of a very thoughtful, detailed conversation about Latin America and militarization, policing crime, and really haven't touched on Haiti, a country that is essentially being taken over by extremely violent gangs that are getting more violent by the minute, that is approaching massive humanitarian catastrophe, where the government likes legitimacy, but at the same time sees the only way out of being taken over by criminal gangs by calling for an external intervention, for which there has been not much of an interest abroad, and where the challenge is really magnified to enormous extent, both because the police doesn't have capacity vis-a-vis the gangs, but because it's so intimately connected to the gangs as is the political sphere.
Thank you. Ambassador?
So I guess his final remark, right?
You will have the last word. I was put on the spotlight. Can I say something very quickly? Because I was told, you're not saying anything. I will say something in 1 minute, and the last words go to the ambassador, of course. And what I will say is key words that were used here: impunity, low deterrence capability. And then our colleague back there, how do you define the threat, which then helps to structure the response? Okay, so I'll say today in Mexico, there are a lot of people on the right and on the wrong side of the law who are significantly more scared about what could happen to them tomorrow, in a couple of weeks' time, than before. And that has to do with an issue of definition, which is trying to go against impunity and low deterrence capacity, designating Mexican cartels as terrorist organizations. That has a lot of people at the very top and at the bottom really cringing. It's incredibly sad, but in my country, justice can be, there is a going rate for justice. Justice is bought and sold. Okay? That's the reality on the ground. I would have never thought that I'd find myself saying this, but I'm not surprised that growing numbers of Mexicans are saying, if that's what it takes, because no one will do it here, everyone wears both hats and plays both games, then bring it on. Call the cavalry and let the United States deal with these people as they've done with Joaquin Guzman, and more recently with Garcia Luna. Garcia Luna, who I hope the American government asks all the medals and stuff they gave him, that at least he returns them before he's interned for the rest of his life. So I can also talk, Dr. Felbab, and that's my assessment of Mexico today. The last words go to the ambassador. Thank you.
Now I feel bad. Your word was supposed to be the last one.
Please, we're all
your
crying.
word was supposed to be the last one. Very strong message. Thank you for that. Two things I wanted to comment. One on Armando's question. So one thing that worries me about what I've seen first in your country, in Venezuela, but then moving somehow to other countries, is the fact that for years, the way to confront criminality was to offer cooperation to the states, so the states can have the capabilities, the techniques to get stronger, and in consequence, try to defeat those threats, including, of course, other policies, as I mentioned before, social policies, etc. The big question is, what happens when institutions become taken by criminality? And I'm using the example of Venezuela with all the respect, just because that's a big question we have today about Venezuela. What is the relationship of the government of Venezuela with organized crime in general, with cocaine business, with the business of illegal mining, just to mention two? Well, more governments are arriving into the region with that profile. And if that's the profile of governments, one thing that I've been observing is they are not very interested in strengthening institutions. By the way, their interest is how to weaken institutions, how to remove them, how to make sure they don't act, how to push them, but on the other way. And that's where we are in many cases today. So the big question for a city like Washington in the probably months to come is, how do we handle that? Because the natural partners that were governments that were in need of cooperation might not be the partners that you need to solve the problem. So who will be the partners? With whom can you work on this? My final comment is about democracy. I've been more recently focusing my time on trying to do a little bit of political economy. And to my concern, but I guess a regional concern, a Western Hemisphere concern, we have this good story that democracy used to be one of the good features of Latin America. We have many other features. Yeah, natural resources. We have the people. We have the culture. We have water. And we had democracy as strengths. Bad news. We are the most violent region in the world, out of countries that are at war. We are the region that, in addition, gets some of the most deteriorating numbers on the perception about democracy. Latin Americans, if you go country by country, are beginning to believe that democracy is not necessarily the system they feel is providing results, and in consequence, the elements to promote the idea of autocracy or become less institutional is succeeding in both ends of extremes and in both ends of polarization. And that's really worrisome. Final thought is that, unfortunately for us, a lot of the energy in this city is not looking very much to the hemisphere, despite they believe they should, because of course they have their eyes in Asia, they have their eyes in Central Europe. February 6th, we got this threats assessment, and the issue of Latin America is almost inexistent, which is my real concern. When there's no interest, no energy, no real resources, no strategy to confront what I've been describing, we're making the life of these organized crime, the penetration that they have now to government, stronger than ever. And that's a thing that we will not solve just by trying to make our police better. This is a more complicated issue in which we are right now. Latin America on the other side is shrinking in terms of size to world economy. So it's unbelievable, and that's why, in a way, nobody cares, or less people cares about. So I think that's just for the purpose of, insisting on the importance of this kind of discussion in the months and years to come. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, so without any further delay, let's move on to our last and final panel with Dr. Pat Patterson from the Perry Center that's going to be moderating. And it's really about climate change, vulnerabilities, and opportunities. So without further ado.
Thank you very much, Jim. Thanks, everyone. Glad to see that we still have a crowd here at the end of the afternoon, but we've saved the best for last. This is an absolutely critical and important issue. I don't want to spend too much time talking about it because the three expert panelists that we have up here on stage will cover all the issues, I think, as much as we can anyway in the next 60 to 75 minutes. Needless to say that climate change is absolutely terrifying, to put it in my own perspective. And the warnings that we received in Paris in December 2015 were to not cross 2 red lines. We are now on the verge of blasting right past those red lines and approaching really dangerous conditions, not just in the Americas, but across the planet by the end of the century. Needless to say, without too much hyperbole or sensationalism, that the planet will change significantly during our times and certainly during the time of our family and children as well. By the end of the century, we're going to see issues and problems across the planet and across the hemisphere that's probably going to make the 7 million deaths that we've experienced in COVID in the past couple years look like a cakewalk and some really minor issues compared to the problems and challenges we'll face. So with that kind of foreboding the presentation and introduction, let me introduce what we think is what we know is going to be an absolutely wonderful team of experts up here on the stage with me. Dr. Eleanor Perel is from the Ocean Conservancy, formerly a NAS Fellow at National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, formerly a special assistant to the vice chair of the IPCC and now the senior advisor of climate at NOAA. She's been participating in IPCC events for quite a few years, including going all the way back to the Paris event in December 2015 and in Egypt most recently as well. PhD in geography from the University of South Carolina and has a ton of experience on this. I've asked Dr. Perel to kind of give us a big, broad overview of the challenges we face in the next couple of years. She'll be followed by the second panelist, Dr. Jen Connors, who's with the World Bank and has published a bunch of great reports as part of her team at the World Bank. She's an expert on forestry, biodiversity, pollution, oceans, and climate change. An immense amount of experience, not just in this topic, but also in parts of South Asia where she's recently worked. She has done her undergraduate studies at Columbia University and at Cambridge. Undergraduate at Columbia, and her master's degree from Cambridge and a PhD from MIT. And last but certainly not least, Dr. Frances Colon is a former member of the Obama administration, working in the State Department as a deputy science and technology advisor for state, as well as climate policy for President Obama's Energy and Climate Partnership in the Americas. She has a PhD in neuroscience from Brandeis University and works on, as well, she's a member of the National Academies of Science, Engineering, Medicine Roundtable on Science and Technology. What I've asked our three experts to do is to try to move from the top 30,000-foot level, talking about climate change first with Dr. Perel, then talking about the perspective on climate change from the World Bank and the international organizations with Dr. Connors, and finally, probably the most challenging task will be trying to cover climate change in the Americas in just a few minutes and summarizing some of the major issues we face there. We'll try to save time for Q&A at the end of the session. Without any further ado, we'll turn it over to Dr. Perel. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Thank you so much for inviting me to give an overview of the state of the climate science. This is a particularly timely opportunity to talk about this because in just about a week, the climate science community, the international climate science community, will be meeting to approve the final Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, or the IPCC's synthesis report. And this year, the next cycle of the IPCC will also be beginning. The IPCC is an internationally recognized climate science authority, and thanks to thousands of scientists who assess tens of thousands of papers, we have the clearest picture of what is happening to our climate, how that impacts people and ecosystems, and what the options are for action. So here are a few findings from the IPCC's most recent assessments. This will certainly come as no surprise to any of you in the room or watching online, but we know without a doubt that humans are changing the planet and warming our atmosphere, oceans, and land. Stronger hurricanes have increased globally in the last 40 years, and in some regions they are making landfall more slowly. This increases rainfall-based flooding and damage. Sea level rise has also increased along the subtropical North Atlantic and South Atlantic as well, at a higher rate than it's increasing globally. Sea level rise is combining with severe storms, like those hurricanes, to intensify flooding. The consequences are increased coastal erosion, shoreline retreat, and beach loss, as well as damage to infrastructure and potential loss of life. Warming temperatures are also likely to increase infectious diseases like Zika and dengue fever, and warming water temperatures are also increasing waterborne pathogens like Vibrio. Since 1850, we have experienced over 1 degree Celsius of warming, and according to the World Meteorological Organization, there's a 50% chance of temporarily hitting 1.5 by 2026. Now I want to take a pause and talk about this 1.5 number. We hear about it a lot, and it can be difficult to understand what it means and where it comes from. In 2015, world leaders joined the Paris Agreement at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, also known as the UNFCCC. They committed to keeping global warming below 2 degrees, or at 2 degrees, and ideally below 1.5. What is the real difference between that half a degree? If you try to set half a degree on your thermometer at home, you might not even be able to. I tried, and I was not able to. But globally, every fraction of a degree matters. The difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees means 2 times more vertebrate and plant species lost, 3 times more insects lost. It means more of the world exposed to extreme heat and 40% more permafrost thaw, as well as a 99% decline in our coral reefs. Climate change is already impacting food security and malnutrition and increasing the vulnerability of women, children, low-income households, indigenous peoples, and minority groups. At 2 degrees, corn and other crop harvests further decline, and so do our marine resources. Fisheries decline from 1.5 million tons lost to approximately 33 million tons lost. 30 million would be a lot. I could go on, but the point is that there's enormous difference between 1.5 and 2 degrees. And our communities, species, and oceans will be increasingly impacted. Every fraction of a degree matters. And at the moment, we are not on track to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, or potentially even 2. The IPCC determined emissions must peak before 2025 to limit warming to 1.5 with no or limited overshoot. If nothing changed after 2020, the IPCC estimated we're on track for 3.2 degrees by 2100. Even if all of the nationally determined contributions, or what we call NDCs, that were submitted by 2020 occurred, we would be at approximately 2.8 degrees by 2100. However, even though it may feel like the last 3 years was a blur, things did change and slightly improve, and more NDCs were submitted before the end of 2022, improving some prospects, though not enough. We are seeing progress. It appears that we have likely avoided the worst case scenario from the IPCC, and we're now on a pathway that's more in the middle of the road. Now, if all the NDCs that were submitted by 2022 are fully implemented, emissions could potentially peak by 2030. Still not that 2025 mark. This could mean a global rise of 1.8 degrees, or it could still mean a rise of 2.9 degrees by 2100. Implementation of commitments and further deep reductions in emissions will determine our future. This is all pretty grim, and it can be difficult to find hope or keep moving forward when told these numbers. And while I've been told I'm an optimist, I want to stress that there are actually solutions available now to both adapt to the changes that are already going to happen and to reduce emissions to prevent more severe impacts. Both human and natural systems are already adapting to climate change. And you'll have to forgive me as a coastal researcher, most of these examples are focused on the coasts and oceans. Successful adaptation solutions will address many problems at once, not just one. They will also be inclusive and co-developed with many impacted groups and knowledge types to be the most durable and successful. Ecosystem adaptations may still disadvantage certain human groups. For example, some fisheries may adapt by traveling further north. But in the US, in particular, there's a high risk of social inequities arising from this adaptation, especially in fisheries such as oysters, clams, salmon, and lobster, where indigenous peoples and local communities depend upon them. There are also limits to adaptation. It's not a silver bullet. Past about 2050, sea level rise will advance faster than any of these ecosystems can adapt. These tipping points, where these environments change so much that they can't really be restored, are approaching. This means that the risk of overshooting 1.5 degrees includes the risk of fundamental ecosystem transformations. These coastal ecosystems are part of our nature-based solutions toolkit. Sustaining these systems provides nursery for coastal fisheries, water purification and flood protection, as well as economic benefits for fisheries and tourism. These blue carbon ecosystems can both help people and ecosystems adapt to climate change and potentially offer emission mitigation co-benefits. As we learn to live with climate change, our society and infrastructure will need to adapt, but adaptation alone will not solve our problems. And that is why we must reduce emissions. There are more opportunities to save the land, ocean, and coastal systems if greenhouse gas emissions are strongly cut. Renewable energy costs are continuing to decrease, and they're making up more and more of the market. Solar and wind accounted for almost 90% of the growth in renewable energy generation in 2021, but still over 60% of the generation in 2021 was from fossil fuels, according to the International Energy Agency. Energy demand is also still increasing, and energy efficient is another component of meeting global net zero emission goals. Carbon dioxide removal, which was addressed by the IPCC and is now a hot topic of conversation, will be necessary for any net zero emission scenario. The more monitoring, research, and verification is needed, especially for any ocean-based CDR or blue carbon. With increasing demands on land use, the ocean offers untapped potential for renewable energy generation, such as offshore wind development. This is not new. I'm not saying anything that hasn't been said before. Urgent global climate action is necessary and will be necessary to meet emissions goals and help both people and ecosystems adapt to irreversible changes. International collaboration is critical to pushing for ambitious implementation. Countries are urging each other to take ambitious steps, integrate new solutions and new science. For example, opportunities like the Ocean Climate Dialogue have been instrumental in highlighting the important role that ocean-based climate solutions can play in reducing global emissions to achieve 1.5. The dialogue series presents a key opportunity to transition from making the case for to actually delivering on concrete actions to be integrated into NDCs. Many Latin American countries have included renewable energy, blue carbon conservation, marine protected areas, ocean justice, climate-ready fisheries, and many other ocean and coastal climate solutions into their NDCs already. This is a critical decade, and we are already a third of the way through it. The science shows us what we need to do and what we will lose if we don't. I look forward to the discussion today. Thank you for having me.
Dr. Connor, it's over to you.
Okay, hi everybody. I'm Genevieve, or Jen, and I should correct and say I'm not an expert in biodiversity and forestry. I'm actually an urban planner by training. And one of the reasons I say that, apart to preempt any tough questions you ask me, is also because many of us of a certain age in the room didn't study climate change or climate science or work on it even in the first parts of our careers. And I think that's also a really important part of thinking through, not for us, only for us, but also for our counterparts, whether you work in the military or you work with governments or you work with civil society, that the younger people are really coming with different perspectives and a lot of different levels of education than we had in terms of thinking about climate science, and that's also changing the vote in the electorate. All right, I'm from the World Bank. I come from the Latin America and Caribbean region, and I represent the environment team. I just want to talk for, it went from 20 minutes to 15 to 10, so I'm going to try and hurry up, but I wanted to situate a little bit how the World Bank is thinking about climate change at the moment in the Latin America and Caribbean region. So let me start by reminding you, if you don't know, that the Latin America and Caribbean region, which I will just abbreviate as LAC, has about 9% of the world's population, but contributes about 8% of global emissions, so roughly on par with its emissions profile, with its population profile. 2/3 of this comes from 3 countries, right? Brazil, Mexico, and Argentina. And 1/3 of it is from Brazil alone. So we really have a focus on some of the larger, bigger emitting countries, and that also directs the attention of what organizations like the World Bank focus on. LAC's also different for another interesting reason, which is of LAC's total emissions, just under half, 47%, comes from agriculture, land use, and forestry. And this is very different from how it works at the global scale. Those emissions account for about 19% of global emissions, but in Latin America, they account for 47%. So you have a very different profile of what is emitting compared to the rest of the world. And the rest, of course, is from the typical, as you might imagine, energy systems, mainly linked to fossil fuel combustion, transport, electricity, heat, and so on. But the thing is, although LAC's contributions are small, I said 8%, and that number, of course, varies a little bit year on year, this could significantly increase in the coming decades as high and upper middle income countries start to decarbonize and reduce their own emissions. So climate change is never static, not only temperature impacts, but also the roles of individual regions or subregions in the economy and the share of their contributions to emissions, and also what they can do about it. In addition, Eleanor mentioned tipping points, but the region's overall contribution could significantly and quite suddenly increase if a tipping point is reached, especially in the Amazon, which would lead to a complete transition from a forest to a savanna-like conditions. This is a real possibility. It seems every time I turn on the radio, on BBC, on NPR, New York Times, there's a new podcast about the Amazon, especially in recent months with the transition in government. Already we've seen in droughts in 2005 and 2010 that the Amazon forest temporarily turned into a source of carbon emissions rather than a sink as a result of increased tree mortality, portions of even standing but degraded forest effectively dying. So given the distribution of emissions in these sectors, of sectors in LAC, and the risk of increasing future emissions, I just want to stress that the focus for the world really needs to be on forest, land use, and land use change as absolutely critical for mitigation and adaptation. So what's climate change already doing? It's already causing massive amounts of economic damage in LAC, in the region, and threatening increasing the rate of extreme poverty, which is, of course, a dual focus for the World Bank: poverty, inequality, and increasingly climate change. Eleanor mentioned some of these, the frequency and intensity of extreme weather-related events that we all know about: hurricanes, floods, droughts, fires. The economic consequences of these weather events are very high in the Caribbean, for example, which is quite different as a sub-region from other parts of Latin America and the Caribbean as a whole, but have been really severe. Between 1950 and about 2020, the Caribbean has experienced over 300 weather-induced natural disasters, killing more than 250,000 people and causing over $20 billion in losses. Climate change is massively impacting agricultural yields, food security, already worsened by COVID and the pandemic, jeopardizing nutrition, especially in certain areas like Northeast Brazil, the Andean zone, and Central America. Droughts in Argentina could have and are and could continue to lead to soybean yield losses of about 50% by 2050. The recent drought in Paraguay, which is arguably one of the worst droughts that the country has seen, is negatively impacting the economic outlook through export earning losses and decreased agriculture and hydropower exports. So I just want to stress again that we can't forget the disproportionate effect that this is having on the poor and the most vulnerable. So climate shocks reduce the income of the poorest 40% by more than double the average of the rest of the population in Latin America and the Caribbean, and could push more than 5 million people into extreme poverty by 2030, which is really around the corner. And by 2050, over 17 million people in the region could be forced to migrate or move to escape climate impacts, having major impacts, of course, on the urban population, which could go up by about 10%. So just a word on climate migration. In 2021, the World Bank published a full report on climate-induced internal migration called Groundswell. And that report concluded that by 2050, over 200 million people could be forced to migrate within their own country as a result of climate change, 200 million people globally. And of course, people will migrate due to slow onset impacts, not some of these weather-induced natural disasters that we think about or talk about a lot, like water scarcity, lower crop productivity, changes in sea level rise, increasing storm surges over time, and some places become less livable because of heat stress, extreme events, and land loss, and so on. In Latin America specifically, these internal climate migrants could number over 17 million by 2050, representing about 2.5% of the region's total population. So as we can imagine, climate migrants move from less viable areas with all the things I just mentioned, water insecurity, lower water availability, crop productivity, and so on, and moving more and more to cities. And again, the poorest and the most climate vulnerable are the ones who are the hardest hit and clearly the most impacted by having to move. I'm going to speed up a little bit in the interest of time. But I just want to stress climate migration does not occur in isolation. I think that's obvious, but worth stating. Migration is driven by many things, including economic migration, economic factors, social factors, other environmental factors. But I do want to stress this, that climate migrants, as a share of all internal migrants, are projected to increase across all scenarios of the analysis, including the most pessimistic, including the most positive, as a result of stronger climate change impacts in the coming decades, combined with population growth. So what are some of the key policy messages for us as a World Bank as we work in the region? One of the things I want to stress is that a transition to climate smart growth can bring many opportunities. We talked about a very pessimistic picture, and I also painted some pretty alarming figures. But a clean energy matrix, richness in renewable, non-renewable resources, one of the most biodiverse region in the world, a region full of minerals critical to the green transition, such as lithium, copper, abundant forests, and so on, freshwater resources. All of this puts the region in quite a unique position to leverage some of these opportunities for growth while reducing emissions. So I just wanted to focus on two overall policy messages. One on adaptation capacity. Adaptation capacity absolutely has to be strengthened. If we could do more vulnerability assessments that tell us which are the assets most at risk, which are the communities most at risk, which are the communities least equipped to recover from shocks, we could do a better job of targeting our interventions. We could then prioritize and address risks for those assets, for those people in the sectors most exposed to climate change. For example, promoting climate-smart agriculture, investing in flood protection infrastructure, and so on. We also can't forget the poorest and the most vulnerable. What can we do, for example, through adaptive cash transfers, where cash is quickly injected into local economies on the back of major disasters? And at the macro level, we often think of adaptation as a micro intervention or affecting communities or sea level rise by building walls, et cetera, building resilient bridges to extreme wind. But we also need to focus on fiscal buffers and reforms that reduce the exposure of public budgets to climate shocks. How do we create more fiscal space so that economies can recover in the event of disasters? And also regulations and incentives for the private sector to invest in adaptation and to invest in resilience. And if you've been following the recent discussions about changes in leadership at the World Bank and the nomination by the Biden administration, this will, of course, be a major focus going forward for us as an institution. The second policy message is really about focusing on growth in a low-carbon world. So there are many opportunities for specific countries. I mentioned some of those, such as Argentina and Bolivia have some of the largest lithium reserves worldwide. Brazil and Chile are really at the forefront of innovation in green hydrogen, for example. But at the regional level, LAC also has huge potential for negative emissions, for example, through reforestation and can also really benefit from developing and participating in the global carbon markets. Its rich ecosystems can leverage huge amounts of climate finance, the elusive climate and green finance. And the region has been at the forefront of innovating in financial instruments, including with the World Bank, including with the Inter-American Development Bank, including with private sector advisors. For example, many of you will have heard of debt for nature swaps, sustainability-linked bonds, carbon taxes, and so on. Export diversification will be absolutely critical for the region. A ban on products that are not deforestation-free, if fully implemented in the EU and the US, would impact 19% of Honduras's exports and 6% of Brazil's exports, just as two examples. And finally, the electricity generation matrix in Latin America and the Caribbean is one of the cleanest in the world already, with about 50% coming from renewables. The region has immense potential in wind, solar, geothermal, green hydrogen, and so on. So diversifying that energy mix and reducing emissions from heavy industry is absolutely critical, but also an opportunity for growth and also for jobs creation. So the World Bank last year published something called the LAC Climate Roadmap, and I've left a few copies that may still be available at the front desk, and as well as a QR card so you can quickly scan it. It was published about 6 months after the World Bank Group published its Global Climate Change Action Plan for the years 2021 to 25. And it was meant to be a regional downscaling of the global priorities set forth in that plan, which focuses on climate finance, improving our climate diagnostics, our analysis, and focusing on key transition areas and key transition systems, especially in energy, agriculture and food, cities, transport, manufacturing, and then, of course, the financial sector. It provides an overview of potential opportunities for us as a World Bank group in building resilience, achieving national targets for climate mitigation, and smoothing the transition to low-carbon economies. I won't go through the full summary of what it says. It does, again, like the downscale version of the global plan, focus on these priority systems. It also has a very clear focus on helping vulnerable populations to adapt to climate change and protecting them against shocks and transition risks, and also supporting the so-called, quote-unquote, whole of economy, very popular phrase, no one really knows what it means, including ensuring, for example, the fiscal and financial conditions and some of these fiscal buffer issues that I just mentioned are in place for climate resilience. But the reason I stated here, apart from the fact that you can download a copy or read it yourself, is that it really is a clear marker for us as a World Bank group. I represent the World Bank, but it is a World Bank group publication, that climate action is now at the heart of the World Bank's development agenda in the region. One of the other things we announced when we launched the global plan and that we committed to is these new diagnostics I mentioned. There are many of them, but one of them is called the Country Climate and Development Report, or CCDR. And we're publishing those globally, and they are becoming publicly available. They're all on our website. In Latin America and the Caribbean, we've just finished 4 for Argentina, Peru, Honduras, and Brazil. We're now finishing Colombia, and next year we'll be releasing for Ecuador, the Dominican Republic, Paraguay, and the Eastern Caribbean. So if these are subregions that are of particular interest to you in your research and your work, watch this space. And all I'll say is the purpose of these is really to look at the trade-offs that countries face between multiple objectives, between development and poverty reduction and inequality reduction and climate change. At any point, a country has to choose and make these trade-offs between economic growth, formal jobs creation, macroeconomic and financial stability, but also its climate change commitments, for example, under its UNFCCC obligations, focusing on sustainability of natural resources, which, for example, is a huge priority for certain governments like Costa Rica, like Brazil now, like Ecuador, which is built into its constitution. But layered on top of this, we have so many of these climate-related uncertainties that affect development objectives, that affect poverty reduction, future climate shocks, ecosystem collapse, and all the implications of net zero transitions abroad. Many of you know about the EU carbon border adjustment mechanism, which could have major impacts on the exports and the development of products in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'll just give you an example of one very briefly. I'm making it sound very simple, but just to give you a snapshot of what it sounds like. So for example, for Peru, the take-home line were you to read the CCDR is that Peru can take advantage of its clean electricity. More than 60% of it is renewable. It has incredibly fertile land, it has vast copper resources to become a leader in the global low-carbon transition. If it controls deforestation, manages its water resources, and decarbonizes transport in particular, it can boost growth through exports of sustainable agricultural products and copper while bringing long-term developments to the population. And climate action could increase GDP by 2% by 2030 and by 10% by 2050, creating millions of formal jobs. And I just want to touch on that because there's a lot of positive stories at this time if climate action is taken now. I'm almost done. I'm to my last page. I just want to talk about one of the last things we do. We're a bank. Ultimately, we lend money or we grant concessional resources. Last fiscal year, for us, the fiscal year is from July to June. In Latin America, in the Latin American Caribbean region, we delivered just under $5 billion in climate finance, which was about 45% of the total lending. This fiscal year, we're projected to deliver $5.7 billion, $1 billion more, which is again about 48% of the total projected lending. All of that is through a series of loans, and I was going to go into detail, but I won't, in terms of what are the kinds of things we do to support forest conservation, climate-smart agriculture, resilience and connectivity in small island countries in the Caribbean, and so on. But the pace at which we are putting out climate-related loans, green and resilient loans to our client governments is going up, and I will say that it's not supply-driven. There is more and more and more demand from our countries. So in conclusion, the World Bank is deeply committed to climate action in all its lending and advisory work in the region. Our clients are demanding more and more of us in this space. And to come back to what I said at the beginning, as our governments get younger and younger, I think this will just become also more and more the case. And I do suspect that the future for the World Bank will certainly be at trying to leverage this finance, bring billions to trillions to try and bring in more and more of the private sector, sovereigns, pension funds together to take the action that's needed at a really critical pace in the coming years. Thank you very much.
Francis, over to you.
Thank you. Since I'm last and you've had a barrage of information, I think what I want to do is just hit a couple of main ideas to connect why are we talking about this today in this event where you're talking about regional security. Why are three climate people up here telling you about all these stats and what's going to happen and how much we're investing, et cetera? And the reason is, if you think back to maybe all the panels you heard today, all of these things will mean a lot or nothing if we don't take action on climate. How much we spend on militarizing or not militarizing will matter little if you have food shortages and devastating storms and people moving in the millions. And so we just want to put that in context for you because you are the professionals at that intersection of security and all of these other issues, right? And I want you to suspend your belief for these next 5 minutes that security is all about military security or all about any of the hard securities. I want to tell you that hard security issues will be that much harder to deal with if we don't integrate this. And so I want to just tell you a little bit about how we are thinking about that nature-climate security nexus, right? Nature loss, meaning when a bunch of species die and when we lose vast tracts of the Amazon, which are the lungs of the planet, they are. Ecological degradation, when you have coral reefs dying out. All of that is accelerating, and it's impacting people, the people in the region that depend on this. And this within a context, as you've talked about all day, of weak governance, poverty, state fragility in many cases. All of this presents significant threats. These are security threats to our livelihoods and social systems. There's an immediate need for us to think in the Americas about how we change our regional security strategic thinking into one that incorporates nature, environmental and ecological devastation and degradation into part of our doctrine as we think about regional security doctrines, as we draft big strategic plans, not an addendum and not 3 lines in a section, not something that's siloed over here or over there, but that we really think about the human beings at the center of our regional security strategy and how we move forward. I want to tell you a fact. 44 trillion of economic valuation, half of the world's GDP, depends on nature and its services. We don't think about it because we have normalized what's honestly an extractive economy for all of us. That's how we live. In the US, we're capitalists, and all of that is there for the taking, and we take it and we turn it into products and energy and all the things we use and that we take for granted. But we are killing the very source of that GDP. And that is what I want us to think about as we think about security. The human security outcomes from this type of loss leads to compromised human health, disrupted economies, increased resource competition. Yes, there's going to be less water, and folks are going to fight about it. There's folks fighting about it here. California, Arizona, they're deep in that fight right now. And it's taken them months and months and months, and they still couldn't come to any agreement and went back to the federal government. You solve it for us. We can't agree. That is what we're talking about. Breakdown. Impacting political stability. Heightening food and water insecurity. You think we have problems? Wait till people can't find the food they need to feed their kids. That's what we're talking about. Factors that drive migration, I want to thank you for talking about the climate migration angle on this, are certainly complex. As we know, the region has very complex challenges that are already driving migration. Unemployment, poverty, economic, political instability, all of these things already drive migration. I just want you to know that climate is just going to make it that much worse. Yes, from some storms, but as my colleague said, the slow onset. The agricultural products that you were used to, little by little, not being there anymore. The job that you were used to getting seasonally, not there when you need it. Women are some of the most affected in these impacts. Greatest percentage of people displaced in any of these natural disasters is women. It is hardest for the women to find jobs after a disaster, mainly because when you're reconstructing, those jobs tend to go to non-women. We're talking about having exacerbation of stressors and things getting that much worse. It is why I want to encourage us to think about this beyond the regular box that we sometimes put environmental and climate change issues into it. Think about droughts as just destabilizing entire towns, undermining livelihoods. Many times, people that are, and I'm going to say people that migrate, are displaced, human mobilization, and I'm going to throw those into one bucket. The experts in the room that may focus more directly on this may talk about those in different ways. I'm lumping them together for ease of this conversation. People that are displaced, as we know, whether it's fear of persecution because of economic opportunities, they may be coming here to join family members. That journey is already a very risky journey. That is a security issue. They're vulnerable to the actions of state and not state actors. However, people moving due to the realities of climate change often fall through the cracks in our discussions of solutions. There's really no consensus on the definition of a climate change displaced person. There's no international legal framework that concretely defines or grants protections to these, sometimes folks call them climate refugees. This is another issue that will be on our doorstep in no time. The 1951 UN Convention relating to the status of refugees and a 1967 protocol do not list climate change or environmental disasters, slow onset or rapid disasters, as reasons for people to seek asylum. This has resulted in a lack of uniformity in the global asylum and refugee system and how governments deal with displaced people. There's a need for us to talk about this. There's a need for the region and the United States to talk about this and to figure out ways in which we deal in a humane way with this climate-related migration. One of the ways is to expand definition of climate-displaced people and refugees and asylum seekers. And there's mechanisms for this to happen via the Cartagena Declaration and other mechanisms that many in this room know well, such as offshoots like broader global compacts, like the Global Compact on Migration. But we can't ignore that this is a part of regional security strategies. One of the ways in which we're all thinking about climate change solutions and how to deal with it right now, because as you have heard, a lot of these things are going to cost countries a lot of money. The changes that need to be made, adaptation, mitigation, reduction in emissions, require changes in how they run their countries. A lot of the focus right now is on these international finance institutions like the World Bank and what they are doing and what they could do better. In the region, this is no different. There's examples of how this has been dealt with. We're probably in the initial stages of seeing some examples. But for example, in Colombia, with limited financial support from IFIs, they effectively absorbed 2.5 million Venezuelans with much success. Former Colombian President Juan Manuel Santos signed the first decree to regularize Venezuelans in Colombia. His successor, Duque, then enacted an unprecedented 10-year temporary legal status that has already benefited 1 million Venezuelans. Numerous countries in the region are similarly doing their part. Caribbean countries have taken in a tremendous number of Venezuelan migrants in numbers that dwarf what have been taken into the United States. So there's a particular case of how in 2021, an $800 million budget was provided by the World Bank to Colombia to support the social and economic inclusion and integration of Venezuelan migrants. And I say this because as we're looking to international finance institutions for climate solutions, I want us to not just think of the adaptation solutions, the smart agriculture. I want us to think of the regional security threats that these big banks are going to be on the hook for helping find solutions to. Big movements of people require countries to integrate these people into the economies, and the countries are going to go back to the IFIs and say, help us do this. We want to do this, help us do this. The success of this one particular example demonstrates that there's a critical role for these lending institutions and these banks in the context of climate change. And there's no reason why more of these can't happen. I'm just going to tell you about one more example that's out there right now, and that is the Bridgetown Agenda that is being presented to the world by the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, in conjunction with President Macron and others. There's going to be a summit in June where leaders from around the world are being asked to come to this Global Development Summit to talk about climate finance very much in the context of international finance institutions. We're talking about climate change solutions and climate risk and how to address them in a very strategic way with the tools that we do have. Part of that agenda that Motley has presented talks about how you put a pause on debt repayment during a time immediately after a financial disaster, a climate disaster that results in financial calamity for a country. Countries that have already tremendous debt are being asked to take on more debt to then recover and rebuild after climate disasters. Debt upon debt that they can never get out under. These new proposals and the way a lot of younger folks are thinking about how to solve the climate crisis, think about this in a strategic way. How do we help the most vulnerable? How do we help the global south get out from under this debt and be able to recover? This is the type of thinking that I want us to do in the climate security space. How we think strategically about climate finance, how we think strategically about how all these things are connected and how they affect the very people. One final thought is that as countries experience tremendous loss, there's efforts at how to help countries build back. And they're called loss and damage funds. And one of the proposals that is being talked about everywhere around the world right now, with very strategic minds, is how to make the fossil fuel industry pay into these loss and damage funds and help countries rebuild, prepare, and mitigate. So there's solutions out there. We know that the region is strapped for funds on how to address these. But I think there's solutions, and I think there's great minds in this room, and there's great work that people like Dr. Angelo have done in documenting the climate vulnerabilities of the region. Read his report, his Council on Foreign Relations report on the climate vulnerabilities in the region, which he documents with tremendous humanity, and what we need to be aware of in the years to come. Thank you.
I want to thank all three panelists. Very comprehensive assessment. Following the instructions very closely to what I asked you to provide, and I very much appreciate that. A sobering but comprehensive assessment of the challenges we face, perhaps the greatest challenge that human civilization has faced ever. The positive and encouraging news is that we've been through crises before with weapons of mass destruction during the Cold War or even the most recent COVID-19 pandemic. So there are solutions, and I think the panelists mentioned that if you haven't realized, the solutions now are political, the political will to enact the plans that need to happen. Certainly not an easy task, but certainly something that's achievable if we put the effort toward it. Perhaps the very first step in the entire process is education and awareness on the challenges before us. The window of opportunity is closing very quickly. I will say before we launch into the Q&A session, one of the things that we did not have time to cover on the discussion this afternoon was the role of the security forces in these. And it's been touched upon by a number of the panelists, but the role of the security forces is something we study very closely at the Perry Center, is going to be, I think, very essential for representatives of the security forces in the room or in the online audience. That's going to require a pretty significant transformation of the way that we already do business, changing strategies, doctrine, equipment, assignments for personnel, and those kind of issues. And the last thing I'll say before we start the Q&A is that at the Perry Center, this is, of course, one of the center pieces of our efforts. Dr. Angelo mentioned during his opening remarks today that it's now one of our principal lines of effort. And in May, we are launching the first ever course on climate change at the Perry Center from May 8 to 19, open to about 50 representatives, probably from nearly 12.5 countries in the region, to examine all of these issues in great detail for 2 weeks. The syllabus for that program is already available online. So for those who are interested in reading more about a myriad of issues that are associated with climate change, you can go to our webpage, look up the course under the Academics tab, and then find the material that we're covering. It's a work in progress. It's a living document as we populate it with other experts and stuff. So let me, without further ado, turn it over to the questions and answers. Let's start right here, gentlemen in the front. And for all of the representatives, if you could just very concisely state your question, state your name and your institutional affiliation so we know where you're coming from.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jose Lopez. I am from Johns Hopkins in the Homewood campus. And I just have two questions. One, is it possible to make to have a very good idea of security that will be really global, that includes the most important things for humanity? Some sort of human security, that goes to the human dignity of all human beings. Can we make some idea of that so that it will guide us to all the different actions that we have to take in the economy, in the politics, in computer systems, etc., etc. My second question is, since the World Bank is doing many interesting things for climate change, is there some system, and I am not making any judgment about the nominee that is now there, is there some system that the employees of the World Bank, which are very intelligent people doing great things, could have some vetting system for the nominees that are made for the director of the World Bank? Can the employees not being able to say something about their capacities to direct that very important institution? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose. Francis, do you want to tackle the first question on trying to define the broad definition of climate security, perhaps, or the features that are universal across all countries and boundaries?
I think the place where this plays out is in the UN, in terms of the UNFCCC and our Climate Change Convention. And it is the one place where I can tell you that all countries have an equal voice. It is the one place where you can hear a small island state tell the global north that what they are responsible for in the last 3 years of their existence and how their entire economy has collapsed, and the global north has to listen. And it is the one place where I have seen countries be able to coalesce around ideas like, how do we help countries that have nothing and have experienced extreme loss rebuild through a loss and damage fund? The example of last November, where I can tell you this was not what the US wanted, it wasn't what many countries in Europe wanted, but the pressure was so intense of countries coming together with one voice saying, we need to talk about this and address it. We can't just let entire societies disappear and look the other way. It was about humans at the center of this problem and how to solve it. Countries don't always agree, and I don't know if we'll ever get to a perfect universal decree of all the rights of humans. But I think that the countries that are meeting around us are giving it their strongest shot. And I am a proponent of multilateralism. I think it is the one place where countries can speak on the same level.
Jen, would you like to tackle the qualifications of the World Bank president?
That's the hardest question. No, I would like to just add on the earlier point, although I'm not at all a security expert or in this world, perhaps indirectly in the sense of climate security, that the Bridgetown agenda is very much centered on justice, on climate reparations, in the language of more strident climate activists, and it is centered around other aspects of human security, absolutely, going forward. And it's therefore very, very controversial in the run-up to the coming COP. No, we get no say, is the short answer. We are not consulted. But there is a broad process of consultation across with the members of the board. I believe the current candidate is on a 1-month listening tour around the world, and in that sense, there's broad consultation with countries, with stakeholders, with partners, with NGOs, with civil society, but no, not with the staff of the bank.
Eleanor, we have an online audience of about 200 representatives who are also listening in, and I'm receiving questions from them as well from our team here at the Perry Center and at SAIS. And Eleanor, I'd like to ask this question to you. It's a tough one about decarbonizing the economy. There's really two broad issues, I believe, that we have to do across the planet and amongst all countries, is electrify the economy and decarbonize the atmosphere. Can you talk about how that may occur and the challenges associated with it? I know it's a very big question.
Wow, that is this on?
Yeah, I think so.
That is a very large question, and I will refer you to the IPCC has a whole section on energy, which is very helpful in the mitigation report that came out last March, as well as the IEA has some fantastic reports as well on like the world outlook and the transition. I think in general, electrification is a huge part of, and actually I was having this conversation with a friend of mine who said, what's the point of getting an electric vehicle if I know that my electricity is coming from coal? I'm originally from Pennsylvania. And I pointed out that it's still worth it now because it's so much easier to change a single electrical plant from being on coal to changing to solar or wind than trying to change every single car in 25 years or in 50 years when we're at the point where everything's finally electrified and we are great on renewables, ideally sooner than that. But if we're making that decision now, it might seem silly. It might seem like we're getting it from the wrong place. But it's still, that decision is important and it can make a big difference in the long run. I think from the decarbonization side, actually pulling carbon out of the atmosphere, which will be essential no matter what scenario we end up on. There's still a lot of science that needs to be done there. We also aren't really sure how permanent that sequestration is. We know a lot about how forests work and how soils work, climate-smart agriculture, blue carbon and mangroves we're still working on, seagrasses we're really still working on. So there's still a lot of science there. But the nice thing is that that conversation is happening and that more and more of that is being funded so that we have a better sense of it so that we can take more educated action.
Great. Ladies, would you like to add anything to that about the two broad challenges, electrification and decarbonization?
I will just add that in order to make this happen, the result being broad decarbonization and electrification, there's also this issue, this comes to the heart of the flow of payments and the flow of money. And that's partly the loss and damage story. It's partly the multilateralism story. If one were to, for example, expand marine protected areas for the purpose of increased blue carbon capture, who's going to pay for that? Is that a financial flow that comes internationally through the system, and how are those deals negotiated? Right now, we're a long way from having good examples at any kind of scale. I would say even the carbon markets world is kind of the Wild West of payments and coming up with prices and different methodologies for verifying schemes that are, jurisdictional level, transfers are made. And certainly in these bigger national programs, where to me that I'm speaking like a banker, but cracking that nut is going to be really complicated and important to do very, very soon. And I hope will be a driving force of the conversation leading up to COP.
Francis, anything else to add? Okay, good. Questions from the audience? Let's start in the back left here, and we'll take two questions at the same time, so we can squeeze as many in before we have to finish today. Can you state your name and affiliation, and if you have a panelist you want to address with a question?
Hi, my name is Alec Birnbach, and I'm a recent graduate of SAIS. And so my question in the context of security and climate is, we're in the hemisphere, right? And the US is the largest economy in the hemisphere, and China is becoming the largest trading partner in the hemisphere. And currently, these two countries were locked in a state of enhanced competition, right? So I guess my question is, right, what can China and the US do in the Latin American region to work together, whether it's through domestic policies like labeling foods that came from the Amazon where the forest was illegally cut down, or like working together on financing mechanisms to address, defending and protecting some of the natural resources that are in Latin America.
And the second question for Susie Heist here in the front right. take the two of them at the same time. We may have time for one more before we have to conclude.
I'm Suzanne Heist, formerly of the Perry Center. I know in the U.S. there is both philosophical resistance to the idea of climate change and also practical resistance to, yeah, fine, I understand climate change, but don't put that solar project in, in my cornfield or whatever. So is there similar resistance in the rest of the region? And you kind of mentioned we need to do some education, but what are the kind of responses to that, both, across the board and to a particular project like, well, we're going to do it anyway, or whatever?
Thanks. So two important questions: cooperation between China and the United States in the region, and then perhaps reticence or lack of awareness of the urgency of the issue. Francis, can I ask you to start with one of those?
I'll be honest, I don't know how much the US and China are in a situation right now to cooperate on much of anything. Not that I don't think they should, or I'm just observing what's happening, and I don't think that's where things are right now. However, the US is doing things that, or considering policy changes that would have an impact on reducing the influence of China on certain things like supply chains, right? The huge investments of the Inflation Reduction Act on clean energy development, technology development, supply chain development are to provide a counterbalance to the stronghold China has had on the critical minerals and other things that we need for that clean energy transition. And many of those provisions for electric vehicles that folks are up in arms about around the world are to drive a change in behavior from automakers and others in how they source the materials for all those things. So there are things that are happening in that China-US front, but they're much more at the US saying, how do we move forward with the clean energy transition in the world and disrupt the stronghold China has had up until this point? There's also policy considerations right now on the Hill and elsewhere on how to stop commodity-driven deforestation in the Amazon and elsewhere. And that is legislation, that is bipartisan legislation that folks are considering. And it is very much, again, a counterbalance to a lot of the demand that is coming from China. How much we're going to get to a point of cooperation on all these things soon, I am skeptical. But I don't know if you're telling me with your question that you think we should be doing more together because this is a global crisis and we should figure it out. And in some ways, I agree. I just don't know how we get there right now. And it's a difficult situation. What was the second question?
Second question was about skepticism within the United States.
So I want to tell you good news, that the skepticism in the United States has largely decreased tremendously. I'm talking about polling numbers above 60 and 70% across red and blue states, across ideologies. People have seen climate change in their backyard. They get it, and they want the government to do more. They want clean energy. They want to make electric vehicles accessible. They want these things, right? And I'm talking about, yes, do we have climate denialism in some, former World Bank president? Yeah. So we're talking, it does exist, right? But we're talking about we've moved. In my experience and my work throughout the years with Latin America, there's much less of that. Latin America has a fundamentally intrinsic relationship with nature and natural resources that is very centered, and they see it as a human-centered issue. From the very source of emissions, which Genevieve talked about, right? We're talking about a region that is highly dependent on agriculture, agricultural products, and most of its emissions don't come from the sources that it comes from the rest of the world. And that is because it's intimately tied, the humans, the economies, to nature and nature as a resource in a different way than the rest of the world. And you see it in the way they approach the problem, and in the way they frame it, and in the way that climate change, desire for climate change action polls in the region.
I might just add to your question that all over the world, though, we have the problem of electoral cycles and electoral terms not matching necessarily or at all the investment returns of some of these large upfront costs, which Francis alluded to earlier, right? And you have that problem everywhere. So investing in the necessary massive plant retooling or wind farms or whatever other investment, you will not necessarily see those investments until many years down the line. Hence the need for additional financing and IFIs to be present also to bring down the cost of those investments so that it makes more political sense. Yeah, to your point, I think Francis answered it fully, but a slightly facetious answer would be what's the best thing that the US and China could do right now for Latin America? It's decarbonize. I mean, we have this discussion at the World Bank Board all the time. Part 1 countries asking for 100% of the World Bank's finance to be climate finance, which is labeled and calculated according to a very strict methodology developed by the MDBs. And many countries at the board, including pretty much all the representatives from the region, from Latin America, saying, hang on a minute, you're still emitting. Why are you forcing us? And there's that side of the climate justice angle as well.
Anything to add?
The only additional point that I would have to your point was just that globally, as more young people, I think I still include myself in that. I learned at COP that I am still considered in the youth category. So I think more young people globally are pushing for climate action, pushing for ambitious climate action. The youth groups have their own voices, are observers and contributors at these big international organizations. A lot of the scientists at the IPCC are coming, especially in the global south, are young academics, and there's a fantastic scholarship program bringing more of them in to the process because we are sorely lacking in terms of science from the global south. So I think I see hope in that sense in terms of where that opinion is going, and I definitely agree with the point that Francis made about that as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are out of time. In fact, we're overboard on time, and I apologize because there's still a number of questions from the online audience that we haven't responded to, but we can't cover it all in just a short period. I want to thank, if you please join me in a round of applause for our 3 distinguished panelists. Really good. Thank you so much. And without further ado, I will say thank you in person for the participation of our panelists and turn it back over to Jim Marquardt, our host for today's conference. Thank you.
Okay, before we conclude, I'm going to pass it over to the Dean of the Perry Center for some closing remarks, and then I'll have some really brief closing remarks, and then we can all go home.
Yeah, wow, what a panel. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Perel. Thank you, Dr. Connors, and thank you, Dr. Colon, for your presentations here, and Pat, too, for your moderation. I'm Scott Tollefson. I'm the Dean of the Academic Affairs at the Perry Center, and I'm also a proud alum of Johns Hopkins. I've been looking all day today at these logos off to the side and right in front here, and really, I'm just very thankful for this partnership that we have. This morning, the director of the Perry Center, Dr. Paul Angelo, called attention to the importance of international cooperation in facing the security challenges in our region. And then later, SAIS Dean Jim Steinberg echoed that, that theme when he spoke of the importance of the spirit of collaboration. I would add that the most recent U.S. national security strategy, the National Defense Strategy, and the cybersecurity strategy all emphasize the importance of collaboration and partnerships. Our panelists today discuss specific ways in which we can cooperate, collaborate, and partner as we face challenges in the realms of civil-military relations, cybersecurity, internal security, and climate change. And I want to thank all of our moderators and our panelists today for a job very well done. To echo what someone just said a few minutes ago, these are very intelligent people doing great things. And I do want to thank those from the Perry Center and SAIS who supported behind the scenes. I'll name some of them for SAIS. Jim, thank you for all you've done. Sonia Corbett, Lauren Parker, Jessica Moreno from the Perry Center, Liliana Bisosa, Darla Jordan, Catherine Almeida, Liesl Kunz, Valeria Rojas, Chase Boone, Zoe Nelson, and Christian Da Silva. But most of all, I want to thank all of you who are here today and those of you who are online with us, several hundred of you. I'm really just really humbled by the amount of expertise and experience that we have among you all. And I hope that as we close this forum, that we can redouble our efforts at international cooperation in search of a more just, prosperous, and peaceful hemisphere. Thank you. Muchas gracias. Muito obrigado.
Anyway, thank you very much. I really appreciate everybody participating as much online as well as in person. Thanks, Perry Center, for wanting to collaborate with us at SAIS. I want to thank all of the staff at SAIS Events, the Latin American Studies Club, for bringing everybody here, the faculty here as well. And then really a special thanks to our student worker that's really been the lead at putting all this together, which is Sonia Corbett. And so thanks again. We look forward to the 6th Annual Security Challenges Latin American Forum, which we'll host next year at 555 Pennsylvania Avenue, which will be the new SAIS location. Thank you very much.